Alright, so we're going to be picking up where we left off in RoadCraft, where we are right at the end of Deluge. Like, it says we're like 81% done. I'm guessing we have just like this last set of missions, maybe one or two more missions, and then that's probably the end of the Deluge map. That leaves us with Kernel, and Kernel is the last map of the game. I've very much been enjoying this game. As always, this is not SnowRunner. It's not trying to be SnowRunner. If you're expecting SnowRunner, you're going to be disappointed. Where SnowRunner is a game about managing to force loads of cargo through all sorts of awful terrain and figuring out how to navigate that and upgrading your vehicles to accommodate yada yada yada. It's about overcoming difficulty. This is a very different game, and it's about fixing difficulty. You don't fight your way through a hard place. You fix it, so it's not hard anymore. Okay, so let's go look at our objectives. So I've got one side mission, one main mission. So the side mission is to just get a bunch of wood. I'll worry about that later. And we got the main mission, which is to bring in 3 steel beams and some logs. That'll be extremely easy. So what we can go ahead and do is our steel gets produced down here. This will be the fastest way to get to our steel beam production. So we're just going to really, really quickly grab our mule. And we'll need to cut over to the east. And I shouldn't need much in the way of steel. I was looking to see if we had like a crash truck or a tractor or something here I could chuck in the back, but it doesn't look like it. But yeah, so if we can get a good vehicle, I don't need much to get a singular steel beam, and that'll take care of that real quick. And it's honestly looking like I need almost 40 logs, which is a pretty substantial amount of logs. I've got 3 back there, right by the area where I built that bridge. We can chuck those over there really quickly. The big thing is going to be getting the large volume where I need to actually deliver them is going to be the real question mark and all that. And I remember there's another place we chopped down some trees. Oh, right, we had to chop those trees down to the way north. That's way out of the way. We'll just go find, like, by one of the bases where I can find a forest and just go on a absolute deforestation campaign. Even though it's to the left is where I need to be going for the bars, I'm just going up this way to see if we can't spot something that we know will be good for a
minor miracle the machine
a steel bar or two.
With our usual luck, there'd be a crater instead. Yet, here it is. And it just needs some dust brushed off. I can hardly believe
and that'll be, I believe, 2 steel bars is what this is worth. Alright. And that should take care of the steel beams once we get that back, and it'll be a matter of the trees. We'll figure out how much wood I need in general. Actually, let's double check. So is it deliver the resources, or is it store? Bring the resources. Yeah, so what I'll probably do for these, the 25 up here, is I will just operate up there and cut down the trees nearby. That'll be way better than me trying to haul crap all over the place. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure you're also worse. I mean, I'm here. Pretty sure that's worth like 2 steel bars in its own right as well. Okay. Because, yeah, with this we should get plenty of steel bars. We can bring it back. All that good stuff. Alright, and that's 3 steel bars we got out of that. I only needed 1. But it's good to have spares. Just for when the next time it's like you need more steel bars, I'll just have some sitting around. Okay. That said, I can see why people were asking me about Captain of Industry originally. It does seem like the kind of game I would be into. Just in the sense that, like, you have that automation to figure out. Like, I actually felt they did a relatively good job of balancing out giving you the information you needed, so far as, like, tutorializing and all that, even though it was a bit on the verbose side, as I mentioned earlier. Even with that, you had, like, that encyclopedia kind of thing. That was good for, you know, them not needing to walk you through each and every different production chain. You just went, I need to make thing X. You keep wincing at how dent up your truck should be from how these loads are. Yep. I do actually wish the vehicles showed a lot more wear and tear on them. That's a comment I give with a lot of games, is you know, like, you'll play something like Farm Sim, and they'll be like, do you want to repaint your vehicle and make it look nice? Like, man, I don't want to do that. Like, I want this vehicle to look like it has been well used. That, like, it is properly scratched up and dented and, you know, heavily gone through it. To me, that's a much better thing. That's honestly true of almost, like, all sorts of stuff. Like, a lived-in world feels like a more authentic world. So reasons I like Star Wars so much more than a lot of the other sci-fi. Like, I enjoy Star Trek and all that, but the reason I like Star Wars is it feels more real in the sense that half the ships are half falling apart and, you know, would be horrifying by our modern standards, the idea of going into space in them. But it's probably realistic of real life, where space travel is just something that anyone and everyone can just about do. You know, you're going to have a lot of these things that just aren't really in a good state of repair. Alright, Bassett, you sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Let's see, you did rigging for cranes when you were in college? So you had to be more careful of how things lifted when you moved around? If something swung into the side of the vehicle, someone would be in trouble? Oh yeah. But that's like the stuff that's, you know, realism, real life versus video game. That's a big part of why these games are so fun versus the real life thing. You know, you want to load up some logs on the back of a truck. It's not just one person driving up with a truck and a winch or something. You're usually going to have a team where it's like 2-3 people. One person who's operating the vehicle and the crane, and, you know, another person who's just being a spotter out there and being like, you know, lift it, bring, you know, a little to your left, whatever. You know, and it's all about, like, taking your time that you might spend a good hour just loading up a bunch of trees and all that. Where in the video game, you know, you're not wanting to do that. But that's the classic thing of, you know, video game versus realism, and why the game is fun and realism is work. Oh yeah, that's so many games that are, you know, work gamified. When you really look at what's going on, it's kind of taking the parts of the job that people enjoy and love, and then trying to remove as many of the parts that, you know, are, you know, like, our work and chore, like the bureaucracy and paperwork and all the management stuff, which is important in real life a lot of times, like to make sure things are on the up and up and no one's cutting corners and things are safe.
For subscribing for 1 month.
But But video games, video games, it doesn't matter. And thank you, Jay Hender, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, so thank you for that. So, can I pick up the trees with this? Yes, I can. And no paperwork? Oh yeah, that's, I think American Truck Simulator kind of does the best at, you know, really being able to kind of give you the comparison of this is what it's like in real life versus what this is what's not. You know, real life, you could do everything right. Someone bumps into your truck and now you got a whole lot of paperwork and a whole lot of headache to deal with. Versus the video game, the game just kind of hand waves and said, you owe $100, and you go, well, I make several $1,000s a run to, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars a run. Yeah, you can have those $100, I don't really care. And also, like, from what I've seen with trucking, and I've not been a trucker, I've just been the person emptying the truck, there's a whole process between you go to get your payload, you have to check, are the tamper locks in place, everything right, you know, if it's got like the scales and all that, are all the numbers right, all that, you know, you gotta double, triple check to make sure every last thing is perfect, and then from there, you know, you get to going through, you might have to stop at like the waypoints. It's not like the video game where you just drive over, you hit a button, and you keep going. You know, there's signing off on stuff and all that kind of stuff goes on. Okay, so I got a couple of logs stored. And so it can be one of those things that just takes a long time. And then also in real life, when you're playing a game like American Truck Simulator, like the equivalent of that, it's just kind of one of those things that the real life situation, you jump on a road and you're in it for 8 hours. Like you are on your butt for like 6 to 8 hours just driving in traffic until you reach your destination, or you have to pull off the road because you hit your limit for how much you're allowed to drive in a day. And that same exact commute in American Truck Simulator, that's probably 30 minutes to 45 minutes. And so it's just very much, they kind of take all the things that are the stuff like that. And plus, you know, when you're in a truck, you're dealing with all the sounds of the road and all that. It's not necessarily like a comfortable, smooth ride the whole time. You're dealing with traffic, you're dealing with people being jerks on the road and all that stuff. If something goes wrong, it could be your butt on the line, or worse off, if it's like seriously wrong, you could be seriously injured and all that. Speaking of realizing, yep, the reason I'm doing that is I could do the thing where I, you know, grab the truck, load them up and all that. For the other one where I have to move, like, it was something like 35 or whatever logs, that one, I'll be using the truck because it'll just be a practicality thing. This one where it's just like 4 trees and I just have to move, you know, 30 feet or whatever. Getting another vehicle involved is just going to take more time than it's worth. And actually, for the record, they do make machines that could do this. Not that you'd go for any real length, but when you see like arborists, so not really like what we're doing here where we're cutting up a log, but where you are transporting the whole tree, root system and all for planting, they do actually hold the tree upright into some of the places. Usually when you're getting to that last 10-20 feet to get into position. It is fun to see those machines. They're ridiculous. It's just a giant hydraulic system and a bunch of weight. Other times you'll see them where they'll crane it in and they'll just, you know, get it roughly in the right spot. And then have the crane drop. I'm stuck on a tree stump, aren't I? Yeah, because notice there's like a little bit of a rail there, and it'll just spin around when you get something like narrow stuck underneath. Yep, because like a little... It's this one machine has just a little bit of an edge or a lip on both the front and the back, so once you get a tree stump of the right height stuck underneath, you just beach it. And if I had something solid I could go and use, I could push this arm forward and shove myself off of it. But there's nothing close enough that I can do that, I don't think. So I'm going to have to redeploy it. And I could get it, you know, ram it with another machine or whatever, but honestly, with where I'm sitting, I can just redeploy it. It's the same diff. Giant hydraulic wedge blades designed to rip and cut through roots to create a plug, so they could just put it back down. Yep. It's cool to see those like really macro scale things like that. Like a lot of farming equipment I also find fascinating, like when you get into the machines that deal with like harvesting apricots. Well, not apricots, I actually don't know about those. But like, you know, pistachios, walnuts, all those. The harvesting machine is just a glorified hydraulic pair of arms that just go up to a tree and just kind of go thunk. And then all the stuff falls off the tree. And then it has just a glorified broom behind it that sweeps it into a row so a separate machine can pick it up off the ground. You know, then they wash it off. But, you know, you're saying it's like, man, how do they get all these nuts off this tree? What kind of complicated, ridiculous machine must they have that can go up there and pick them all? And they're like, no, I just shake the tree, man. We don't, this doesn't need to be complicated. We just give this tree a really good shake. And all the ripe stuff falls off. It all comes down to punching trees. More or less. There's a lot of stuff when you look at how the machinery works to do it. You'd expect like this big, complicated machine. It's like, oh, how do you do it? Yeah, we just blast it with a pressure washer. And you kind of just stare and like, oh, okay, that works, I guess. Or it's like, how does this work? Well, we just rip the whole dang thing out, and it's just a big ramp. And it's not to say the machine isn't complicated. It's just sometimes your imagination goes to this like whole big, what is the complex monstrosity of a machine that needs to do it? And we're like, no, it's like this one we just shake it violently. It's not that hard. Let's see, for all almonds you use a machine that's a giant catch screen, then they hit it with vibration device that shakes the tree and drops the nuts. Yeah, it's basically that kind of thing. There's different ones for like the different types of nut trees and all that. Alright, so with that we could turn that quest in. Okay, so you now want me to set 2 routes. Alright, so I have a route. We need to go from here to up there. Fair enough. Yeah, so probably want to go down the shoreline for this one. Alright, well that one's going. We had a second route we need to do. So I need to get you to where? Don't be the south side of the map. Where am I taking? Oh, you're going over here. That's still pretty bad. Alright, so step 1 is I just need to get it out of here. And those uphill trails aren't going to work. Okay, so here's where we're going to have a problem. And I got away with it earlier where I just told it to just go over a sand burn or an area covered in trees and just said do it. Like, yeah, here's the spot. where I didn't cut down trees, I said, just go that way, and the trucks just managed. I'm like, all right, fair enough. I'm not expecting it to successfully go across that water. I'm expecting to have to build a road. Meanwhile, you can just kind of pick up where this one went. Because from here, you're taking the same route. You're going to... Okay, you're going up the other way. You separate up at this spot. Alright, so I am fully expecting this thing to fail right here. Because, gonna go on a limb here, it's not looking like a great place to cross in a vehicle carrying cargo. But, I can also not be bothered dealing with it right now. Okay, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is we got that stuff sorted. Let's start getting our stuff into position for where we need to do the lumber mill thing. Where was that? Objectives, side objective, over here. Oh, you're way the hell over there. That's not my favorite. I believe I actually have my tree cutting machine right here. And I do have a ton of trees knocked down already over here for a previous mission. I don't feel like driving the tree or the log. How close are we? I'll label that spot. So there's a bunch of logs here. Don't know how many. But we'll roll in here. We'll pick up a bunch of these logs. Yeah, I'll pick a bunch of these, because they're already cut down. There's probably at least a dozen logs or something here. And meanwhile, for the rest of this, I'm just going to drive over to the sawmill, and I'm going to park it up over by the sawmill. There's the route failed. Absolutely zero surprise with that. Because then whatever logs I don't get over here, we'll just go and chop them down right by the sawmill and just dump them down there. Yeah, honestly, this will be good right here. The sawmill's right there. There'll be no driving at all. And we got more than enough trees to cut down here. Okay, so let me guess. Let me go on a hunch here, and you sank in the water. Yep, that'd be what happened. Actually, no, it's saying it didn't get to the water. You got caught up in the mud or something over here. Because like I said, I'm assuming I'm going to have to put down, you know, not like a proper road, but just toss some sand so it's not mud over there. Yeah, so you can see. All right, yeah, so they're already getting stuck back here. All right, so what we're going to do is cancel that. I'm going to go here and mark this with orange triangles on both ends. Basically let me know that I need to fix that spot. Do we have sand in the area? We do not. Okay. We could still make that work. Yeah, this'll work. So, We haven't been using the DLC dump truck much. We just got it towards the very end of this map. But in this particular case, I don't feel like doing 30 laps. So let's go grab that monstrosity. And the reason why I'm grabbing this is it has very high capacity of storage, so it shouldn't take me much to build the path. As opposed to doing a bunch of laps back and forth to solve this. Okay. And I could also build a bridge. My big holdup on building the bridge is where that's getting stuck up farther up there. If I were to put down the wood bridge, I'd either have to go, like, way up there and it'd be this weird, funky diagonal for the bridge. Or I would need to, like, have the bridge and then still put down sand. We'll see. I actually have no idea how deep that water is. If it ends up being obnoxiously deep, then, you know, then a bridge will happen. But my expectation here is we're going to get the concrete plant back online, and then we're going to fix the dam. And that'll just be probably either having a ridiculous amount of concrete in storage or to deliver a large amount of concrete to the dam itself. That was the first time I've managed to accidentally spill with this one. That I could think of. I may have missed that. To be fair, I haven't been using it very long. And where's the nearest sand to here again? So it's right across the bridge there. Or it's up. Probably go from the other side here. Probably the answer. Because it is up a hill a little bit, but not too far. Okay. What are you getting stuck on? That's a tree stump over there. Okay, so let's cut across here on the shallower spot. Yeah, so you can see way up here where it's all muddy and churned up. That's what I'm kind of figuring we're going to have to deal with regardless. Yeah, so anywhere that this is chewing up the ground, we're going to have to dump some sand on it so that the other vehicles can get across. This is just up here that we enter range of the quarry. Should be any second now. Basically keep ending up at too steep of an angle. There we go. Well, that'll be an interesting predicament to deal with now. Physics did not much like that for some reason. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we can go over here, fill this in. Yeah, let's instead start trying to go in here as far as we kind of reasonably can before it starts to get dodgy. And then start moving forward. So I don't have to climb over the mud hills again and again. Okay, so good news is it's not deep. Please stop violently flipping everywhere, vehicle. Alright. Continue to sleep. But watch later to see you finish the resume concrete. You're on that and have problems with the route. Gotcha. Yeah, the first route went smoothly. The second route, I think it's literally just this one spot. Okay, so we're gonna back this up the hill a little bit. And I'm turning around because it seems to be that I don't spill out forward nearly as easily, which makes sense. So we don't violently launch the dump truck in this air. It is spilling a little bit of sand underneath it, I'm noticing. Which might be what's causing the physics snafus, because you notice it's bouncing on its own sand because it's dropping underneath the tread. Did you not weirdly slide like that? Okay. So I spilled just enough behind it, so I'm having struggles getting over it. Alright. So hope here is I shouldn't actually have to do that much with this. Why did you just, like, send, man? I just touched to move the tipper up and it just went full send. It's okay. Because the goal is I want to not just flip the whole thing up at once and just dump. I want to just dump a little bit and then slowly drive forward. Because I don't actually care about the vehicles going in the water. I need it to not be mud on the bottom so they can cross it. Because if we can get it to just drop a little bit, we should actually be able to get pretty far with the sand. Because I don't need to pave this, I don't need to do anything else. I just need it to have enough grip that the vehicles can manage. Okay. Okay. So I'm hoping this actually won't be that bad, because we seem to cross most of this pretty well. I'm going to try to not go the sand the whole way. It doesn't seem particularly shallow or particularly deep or hard to cross. Man, stop spilling, like, right dead center. Because when you do that, I get stuck easy. You know what? We can make it work. Alright. Let's get you out of the way. Grab the bulldozer. Because what we can probably do is just keep going back and forward with that. Because I don't need it to be like at a particular height. I just need it to be that the ground level is not just loose mud. And if we have to get more sand, we get more sand, that's fine. But then the route should be fine past there, we just have to send it. Okay. And then when that's sorted, we might have a contract to toast, or to drag resources to the dam or something, we'll find out. Or set up a route to the dam is also a very likely possibility. But then in addition to that, I just need to go and grab a bunch of those trees. Which shouldn't actually be that long of a process. Alright. Okay, now start by pushing that down into the water, but I'm going to have to go both directions with it. So it goes a little bit farther up shore and all that. But I do think I want more of it going down towards the water than up. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back and forth a couple of times to get the worst of the lumps out of this. So they don't have trucks unable to cross because there's just this big lump of sand. And plus to expand this just a bit farther, just in case my estimate of where the mud starts and stops is not quite right either. Alright. It is interesting that the sand here is turning darker like it's wet. Which, you know, is of course realistic. But I haven't really noticed that before. I don't think that's changing any of the properties of how we drive across it or anything. But you can kind of see like a little bit of difference between the wet sand and the dry sand. Might have to actually do one more scoop of sand for this top area here. We'll see. I'm gonna try to go without it, but it does look like it's kind of at the edge of that. Yeah, I think one more pass should do it. Alright. And on this path, we'll reattempt the route and see if they make it. I actually feel pretty good about them making it this time. We've got the worst of the loose mud all covered up with the sand, so we won't have to worry about that texture. We're not dealing with a vehicle particularly awful at driving. It's just not quite good enough that it can handle just, you know, how loose and murky it was before. Okay, so get you out of the way. And let's check on the route and see how it goes now. Because it's getting stuck right here. There's a little spot of what still looks like loose mud there. And you apparently sunk directly in immediately. I'm just going to assume that's going to be a problem. If they make it, great, but in the meantime, I'm going to get back into position to dump sand right at the top of the hill to fix it. I did mention it seemed like I was just short of having all of the loose mud sorted. Yep, it did fail. Hopefully I don't need to send anything up this hill. It wouldn't be too hard to fix with just taking the bulldozer back up and down. It just kind of sucks how easy it is to spill with so many of these. And that this one seems like when it spills, it bounces the whole thing, which makes you more likely to spill more. It's still not as bad as the other high-capacity one. The other high-capacity one, you so much as touch a pebble and it spills out a bunch of its sand everywhere. Okay, so I don't need to do back and forth the whole route, but I will have to go back and forth just in that top spot. And once we get that, then we should be good. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see, now we definitely have that whole mud area covered. The big thing I need to do is just knock down this to not be so lumpy. Okay. And then this will probably be plenty. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's get you off of here. And reattempt the route. Yeah, so now they shouldn't have problems crossing that at all. Cool, so the rest of the route's probably fine. Okay, so let's look at our objectives. We've got the deliver these stuff to the sawmill. Now, I am going to need the wood hauling truck up there. Where do we have that right now? I think it's nowhere nearby, unfortunately. So we got you. Yeah, you're way over here. Unfortunately, it's also kind of where it's going to be deployed from is right over here. So I think genuinely in a situation of just taking it from there and just driving it on over. Because I think I need a total of 35 logs. Which I've got a bunch already cut that I gotta collect. It's gonna take me a hot minute to load them all up and move. Alright, so route did fail. Where did you fail? Oh, you must have just gotten snagged on the bridge somewhere? It's weird that you got snagged on the bridge over here. So I don't think this is that loose. So you drove up on the bridge fine. Is there a wayfarer among them? I don't think there was. I thought it was just 2 or 3 of these. It must have been like a weird, it hit the angle just wrong that it got stuck. Maybe it got stuck on this pole? Alright, whatever. Yep, so I just want to get over to where I got those tree icons. There's at least 10 logs, if not more, over there. So I gotta load up what we can. The big thing I gotta watch out for is we have kind of noticed if I have more than the amount required and we deliver it with that all loaded on a vehicle, some of them become kind of unresponsive. So like they're objects in the world, but they no longer count as a resource for whatever reason. So you do want to watch out for that. Okay. Wait, you're still labeled as route failed? Oh, did you bump into another vehicle and get stuck? That's what happened. There was vehicles going both directions, they hit on the bridge, and it failed both routes because of it. So there's nothing wrong with the route, it was just too many vehicles trying to go back and forth with the same few places. Alright, that should complete any time now, because it'll either fail or it's about at its destination by this point. And it failed. Alright, so did you get stuck on a pole or something? Ah. There's a chance I might need to put some dirt down here. I'm hoping I won't. If I do choke up on one side or the other, we're going to have to choke up on the far side because of that pole. Yeah, okay. So it looks like I've got a spot here that unfortunately is a problem. So let's go ahead and grab our dump truck again. Because we got to fill in that mud spot real fast. Get that all sorted. Because I could fuss back and forth and trying to make it go a little bit up on one edge or a little bit farther down on the other, like, you know, the back and forth with all that. But honestly, with this kind of thing, it probably just makes more sense to just fix it right. Be done with it. What is going to happen here in a minute, chat, is in about 2 minutes, we're going to end up having an ad break real fast. I'm going to take 2 seconds during that ad break to eat my dinner real quick. It'll take less than 5 minutes and all that. It's really fast food and all that. That way, you know, we'll pick up right after the ad break. No one misses anything. I get to get my food done, you know, so I'm not sitting here starving. doing my self-care and all that. Okay, and this is the spot they're having problems. Okay, where's the nearest sand located? It looks like I could use one more load. Oh, I'm like an inch from it. Okay. Alright, and bear with you, chat. Like I said, gonna take the 2 seconds to eat my dinner during the ad break, so ad break's about to happen. I'll put up my clip reel and all that stuff, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. And then there shouldn't be a break for a good while after that, so be right back. I've got eggs in my pocket. I gotta keep that in mind as well. I hate all of this. This is deeply upsetting. Door yourself. Ow! Okay, I understand. I'm about to go... Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. Metal pipe is actually a pretty crap weapon. No. I missed. Destroy it all. Don't hit. That's not good. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're gonna go with this is not our problem. We want no part of this. Am I gonna weasel by at the last second? Ah, yes. Just the way it's supposed to be. Get out of here, dogs. While you can. Oh, that was really dumb of me. That may have just killed us. I forgot that the moment I did that, all of those people abandoned my defense. And we have both those doors open. And why are they walking through that? Oh, that was really dumb of me. Moriarty, you're a child. Retreat. Get behind cover. Get behind cover. Go behind cover. Both the melee are down. I'm getting wrecked because I was memeing. Stay out of this. Stay out of that. Get move, move, move. Oh yeah, I killed myself with that. I was memeing with it, and like, the new novelty, and people have such ridiculous numbers. There's a lot of people who are... One moment, please. My mic just attached itself from my desk, so give me a second. Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was, like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. It's El Pastor in a tortilla shell. And if I let it sit here for too long, it's going to be mush in a tortilla shell. Whoa, look at those parts fly. Okay.
All right.
Those parts...
And we're back. So sorry about that.
Also, you probably heard in the background, maybe, maybe not. We were definitely sitting on the road, and a vehicle must have pulled up to us and blasted us with the horn for a while, and then gave up and failed a route. So, some route got broken while we were on the break that I need to check. That's probably fine. Okay, so with that, we need to go back over here, grab you, grab our bulldozer, and level out this other spot here, and then resend the thing. We'll check to see what the other route that failed, if it matters anymore or not. But yeah, now with that, food's done, so I don't have to worry about that, so there shouldn't be any more, like, interruptions like that. So I do appreciate everyone's patience. Gotta take care of myself and all that. Yeah, and then when this route's done, we're working on getting the deforestation stuff sorted to get the bonus objective done. I honestly am expecting that we will finish this map, like, we're down to the last, you know, single-digit number of objectives. I wouldn't be surprised if we get this concrete thing left, and it's either setting up a route to the dam, or if it's a matter of like having enough concrete storage or something like that to facilitate building the dam. I'm gonna guess it's a route. For the game and how far we're in, I would assume it's gonna end up being a route. Okay. I probably need to put mud or dirt up here. I'm gonna go ahead and just have them reattempt it first. Also, one way went a bit wide on the one side, now I'm going a bit wide on the other side, just to try and cover this up as broadly as possible. Make as much of this road usable as possible. Okay. Alright, it didn't want... I was gonna just send it again, but that mud looks pretty bad. It's going well. Yeah, but this mud here in the end, I feel like I'm just gonna have to reset it if we do it. So let's just back up. We can get sand right back here. Drive up there, do one last, you know, dump right there at the end. And that should take care of it. Alright, and now we just gotta flatten it out, and that should probably make this route done. This one's not as lumpy, so I think it'll be just one way back, forward and back, and that should take care of it. Alright. Go slightly wide on the left. Give just a bit more wiggle room. This looks like I got a ridge right here in the middle. Clean that up. Okay. Let's get you out of the way. Alright, so let's check our routes. So this is the route that failed because it's blocking it, so we can go ahead and cancel that. And this route we will redispatch. Oh, I might not be all the way out of the way. Okay, it's fine. I thought this is the route going around that way, but it looks like that route actually has already finished its job. Did you immediately get stuck? I misjudged which route I was dealing with. The good news, it looks like it's just this one little dip right here is all I gotta fix. Once it gets up that 2 inches, that's enough. Get you out of the way there. And get that sorted. This has made me want to go back to Expeditions and kind of give it a another go, because like I enjoyed what I played, but it's kind of one of those things that I didn't stick with it very long. Like, it just didn't scratch the same itches that SnowRunner and all that did, and the less variety in the mission types kind of very quickly got tiresome. And then also, like, another thing that I wasn't a big fan of is I like how both this and SnowRunner, you kind of show up at a place, you just kind of keep working through everything till you're done. Versus Expedition has that kind of weird where you go on an expedition where you try and get a couple things done, and then you know what resources you brought with you exhaust, and you've got to like leave and come back to start at a new expedition to the same location. And I kind of really didn't like that mechanic. Like, it's like, I just want to work on the next thing. No, you gotta come home. So it felt like just a thing that got in the way of you doing more. Let's see, maybe that's something I'll do. I'll see with that. What we're gonna do with that. Alright, so hopefully that's enough that you don't get stuck in the mud at all. Yeah, so you should be good now. Alright, so with that, we can pop back up here to you. Keep working our way to pick up those trees I need. What would be my best way to get where I want to go? Probably along that shore to the north. Okay. Alright, they should finish any time now. There we go.
Okay, it's that final stretch. First, let's bring the backup pump station online. To do that, we need to repair the remaining leaks in the pipeline. Once
Already
that's
did it.
sorted, bring over the valve and install it. Next, we're sending you some powerful new generators and a new pump. You'll need them to stabilize the dam. While the barge is en route, you can prepare the port to receive shipments. But to do that, we'll need to give it some juice. So, just make enough space around the harbor transformer station for the cable layer to fit through, and then connect it to the power grid.
I already did that second part, I believe. Yep, so I think of those objectives we just got, I think 2 of those I might have already done. Because we did connect a bunch of the power earlier, and then on top of that, I did take the time to, No, don't flood. Ah. That's deeper than I thought. It's fine. I should have gone around the other way anyways. Okay, anyways, what are our actual objectives? So, yes, I've already repaired that, but I do need to deliver the object. And the object is going from... there to... okay. So it's basically going where we already have stuff to there. So let's go grab the mule and do that real fast. Alright. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll just spawn in the vehicle, take it to the south route versus the north route. Okay, now I just need to get it up where the pumping station is. And that'll get that done. Because that was those 3 pipes I did that we didn't have a mission for yesterday. I was like, they're broken pipes. They're clearly going to give me a mission for it. Now I don't need to do it, because it's already done. Alright. Then that'll get that done, and then we can grab the next one. And where was the... Alright. Right, yeah, so we just cut through where I've got the path that goes right through the trees over here. That's we go up there, and then we just take that windy road up the side of the ledge. And the windy road will take me right to where I gotta drop this off. Yeah, and this is where I had the convoy route through, is like literally this pass I'm taking right through the trees here. I just guessed an area that looked like a gap, and it worked out. Okay, so it's that hill right ahead of me? Yeah, it is. Is it this hill? Yeah, no, okay, there's a road here. Oh, there it is. I was like looking up here, I'm like, man, that doesn't look like a road. Okay. How deep some of this mud gets way up in these mountains is pretty ridiculous. Like, to me it makes sense when you get to like the really low-laying areas where the rainwater would wash it away and you get a bunch of like mud and silt and all that. But then like way up on the mountains you're like, man, is it really this muddy up here? Alright. That's an interesting spot to have to put this. Okay. So we got a new side objective to clean up the river. You've got to prepare this spot and clear it of objects. Sadly, I don't have any of the useful vehicles that I could use nearby. So I'll need to go down to where I can get a heavy crane in there. I thought my heavy crane was around here somewhere. That's fine. Okay, so we gotta go drive the heavy crane over there. That's fine. Because I can clear that area up. And then we'll get cargo we gotta send back. Or cargo that we need to bring over here, I mean. Now we still gotta collect all that wood for the bonus objective. And then there was a bonus objective for clearing the debris out of the river. That should be good. Okay, yeah, so if we cut across this way, and follow this road to the left, that should take me mostly on track to where I'm trying to get to. Okay. And then we'll also need to redeploy the... Well, actually, we'll check to see how close we are. If we're really close to where the tree or the log forwarder went down, and I've got the heavy crane already here, then I can potentially just take the heavy crane up there and pick it up versus driving the whole way around again. Okay. Then we go up here, take this road around. I keep trying to remember if this is shallow enough for me to drive straight across or this is one of the deep ones. I feel like this one was fine. It does not appear to be. Let's go around. I was more concerned about the angle I hit there than the actual depth. Others are going to roll over onto the side immediately. Okay. Okay. Just cut through the little trees. And it should put us right about where we need to be. It's this little spot here to the left that looks like it. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Just about flipped over driving up the edge of that tree on accident. Okay.
Okay, just getting all this out of the way real quick. Alright, almost cleared. Alright. So we got delivery of more stuff to work with. And it looks like level 20 is max level, because it doesn't look like anything's happening with it. There was no more vehicles after level 20 anyways.
Okay, this is it. Are you ready? Rhetorical question, of course. I know you always are. All that's left to do is plot the routes to supply the construction efforts with the resources they need. Then, bring the new pump and generators from the port to the dam.
Okay. Get you out of the way for a minute. Alright. So just have clearing the area by the river. That's nowhere near us. Probably not hard to do. Probably just put a crane here and just lift it out of the way. We have this, which is get the logs. So my log forwarder is up there. We're not really that close. I'm down here. Yeah, at that point, I might as well just drive the log forwarder. And then we have this stuff, which is deliver and set up routes for everything. Those all look relatively large. And you're bringing them from over here. Okay. I'm imagining this is not a route we're taking the Wayfarer on, because it looks horrendously bad. But if we have... Where is our... Not the mobile crane. You. Okay, so you're here. You're probably my best bet for, loading up 2, maybe 3 of the boxes. So let's get you into position, get you loaded up. We will need the crane on either side to deal with this. Well, let's do the routes first. The routes will probably be the ones that'll be more of an annoyance. Okay, so you gotta plot a route from the productions facility, and it needs to go down to the dam. The dam's down there. So if we go over this way, I'd have to go all the way wide, all the way down and around. If we went this way, this part's probably fine. This area here is probably going to be a problem. And this area over here is certainly going to be a problem. But I'm choosing to pretend it's not a problem, because that's convenient for me if it's not a problem. We just kind of hope it works, and then if it doesn't, we take corrective action. Because while a lot of times going really far out of the way around is the right idea, I feel like in this case there'll be enough rough terrain to go around the other way that I probably just need to take this route, and then we patch up the 1 or 2 roads that need to be patched up to make it work. You don't go over there. You go... Okay, so we've got that route. Then we've got this one, which is also going to the dam. Okay. This one we can start by having it go where we cleaned up this. Yeah, I'll have it loop back in the other one. These are going to collide with each other, so we're going to have one of the routes fail. You don't have to switch back and forth, but we've already got the goodies, and I don't really care. This also means I have the same pain point I've got to fix up between the two. So it should hopefully be less making a bunch of other road repairs. Yeah, so that area is going to be a chore. Now, so now how long ago it's been? We've been idle for a while, but congratulations on 1 million subs. Well, thank you. 1 million subs? That doesn't sound right. I'm pretty sure I don't have 1 million subs. I think I have 1,000 subs. If I have 1 million subs, someone's been botting it pretty hard. 1 million views, I would believe. And that's for everyone on Twitch being like, 1 million subs. At 1,000 subs, it's YouTube talking. Subs on YouTube is the same as follows on Twitch. They're equivalent to subs on Twitch, as I believe called memberships. It's 5 a.m. there? Yep, I know how that goes. Still, we hit YouTube partner, which is cool. So now I'm partnered on both Twitch and YouTube, which is fun. Alright, so I'm expecting some things to go wrong with that one. Oh, look! They finally gave us concrete bridges. That's nice. Alright, so back to what we were doing before we got caught up in the infrastructure stuff. We were driving this over there. Yeah, which requires me going south first and then over. Because my hope is I'll be able to load up everything in one go. I think realistically it'll be 2 goes. Okay, we already had that fail. Let me guess. You dunked right into that spot in the river that we recognize is going to be a problem. Yup. That's fine. Where did the other one fail? Oh! You got stuck there. Okay, well, let's go fix that right away, because we're right here. Alright. Because what we could do is get to that patch in the other area. Get those all fixed up. Trying to watch the areas that we chew up driving over. Because that all looks fine. This all looks fine. It looks like it's honestly just one patch right here. Yeah, so it looks like it's just this little stretch right here. And honestly, I think one and done might be it. So now I grab you. And get that leveled out real fast. And that might fix this route. And then I gotta get over where there's that deep spot. And get that all sorted. Okay. Alright, so I think that'll resolve that. Then go to infrastructure. Set you on your way. Gotcha, so it's concrete trucks, so the idea is we are repairing the dam now. In the meantime, I already know they're gonna get stuck on the area on the other side. So let's go ahead and start heading over that way. Get out of my way. Alright, so stop trying to back up, go forward. That's fine. Okay, basically we got another spot here that I did not anticipate them getting stuck in. Alright, so we're gonna have some work cut out for us for this one. I was gonna patch up that spot. That part's no biggie. Then we gotta go to where that lake spot is and get that sorted out. Alright, well, that's gonna fail because I got a vehicle parked in the way. Alright, so I've got my big logger that I need to get into position to do the trees. I've got to clear out an area of debris, which should be just a matter of getting a crane there and then nothing really else to worry about there. I've got for 2 of the routes, I've got a lake that I need to build a sand bridge across. It's not really a good candidate for a normal bridge. It's kind of like this 3-way intersection kind of thing going on. Okay, and we can turn around from this side. And then that'll level that out where there should be literally nowhere else right here they can get stuck in the mud. Not that there isn't a chance we go up the route on the other side and find problems. It's absolutely still a concern. Okay. Okay, so let's quickly get you out of the way real fast. Because I'm willing to bet that route's probably not done. Okay, so you. Start over. You. Get to work. And you go drown in the lake again. So is it a matter of water? No, it's just spinning tires.
Okay, so it's not deep, it's just spinning tires, which is what I'm hoping for. That's fine. Probably should not have filled it there. That's okay. I already hit the button. If it causes problems, we live with those problems. So we need to cut across this area to the other side. And it's just past the other side that I gotta fill in the lake. This part should all be fine with no worries. All right. Okay, and just up ahead should be where we have that sand bridge that I then need to like turn to the side with. Where the problem is, again, like, the vehicles they're not going too deep in the water, it's they're hitting the mud and just spinning their tires and unable to make progress. So I gotta fix that. It should be right up ahead. Yeah, right up here. Alright, I'll deal with that spot in a minute. Alright, well, we know where they're getting stuck. You out of the way for a minute. I'm actually surprised those ones are still making it. Okay, so which one failed and why? You failed. What? Maybe they cut it too close and they got it stuck in that mud there? Personally, you would not build a road there. It's a terrible spot. The problem is it's like a three-way intersection that I've got to have the vehicles get through. Because if you look at it, I've got vehicles that need to come from this way over. I've got vehicles that need to come from this way over. So I either have them go up the mountain or go all the way back here, and it's either marsh here or marsh there. Either way, they got to cross that. Well, yeah, I mean, the problem is the reservoir flooded. This isn't meant to be a place for it to build up. You're actually going to make it, which surprises me. The other route isn't, but that's its own thing to deal with in a minute. Yeah, they just can't handle it. All right, well, let's not grab our big vehicle back here. We can go ahead and just grab the regular dump truck. Man, the idea is you'd build up the road so it doesn't collect on the road anymore. To effectively have water retention along the sides of the road, but not at the road itself. Either way, there's a lot of stuff that this game has you do that, if we were to really look at it on paper, you'd be like, yeah, don't do that. Okay, so it's to the right. It looks like they're just catching right in that last little bit of mud. I'm a little worried those cement trucks are going to be absolutely horrendous at crossing everything, and it's going to be a big chore to deal with them. Because so far, that's pretty much the way it's felt. That they're like a mini Wayfarer in the sense that they're really heavy, they don't seem to have all-wheel drive or diff lock or anything, so they just really struggle with any and all terrain. Because they're getting stuck right here, which is interesting because I'm not even really seeing any chewed-up terrain. But still, we literally can get sand right here, so it's not like a big issue to deal with. The problem is not the reservoir's flood. The problem is humans like to be dumb enough to think the reservoir would never flood. And building on a floodplain is just a bad idea. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. It is one of those things that sometimes you have to put certain things in floodplains. Like, there's a lot of agriculture that do require those, you know, lower level wetlands to have, and you want to have your stuff nearby that for practicality reasons and yada yada. And then also it's the thing that floodplains do change as development happens. You may have built your home in a not floodplain, but then other development occurred that then made your place into a floodplain by building up the land around you. In this particular case, though, you know, we are building up the area to then put road on it. It's not even a permanent road, like I'm not putting down pavement or anything, it's literally just we need to deliver stuff to a dam. So we're just kind of slapping it down to get it through the area. And that's actually a issue that has happened in the town I spent my teens in. There was a lot of people who weren't in a floodplain, but as the, you know, as the town's grown and they built more and more residential and all that, understandably they built up the land for the residential so that they're not low elevation themselves. But over time that's led areas that, you know, historically weren't in low-lying areas becoming low-lying areas because of how much they built up all the neighboring subdivisions up as they're constructed. And then they also rerouted away a lot of the retention water worked in the area, which, again, had kind of the same effect. That it took areas that weren't historically floodplains, and now they are. Yeah, now, obviously, that is an area that water is settled. I do agree. But even consider, for example, when they build highways and everything, like, we have highways that go across the center of the state here in Florida all the time. The whole middle of the state is swamped with a couple of, like, sandbar kind of things in it, or clay bars or whatever. You know, elevated hill kind of areas. And so all those areas where they cross, I mean, they're basically just building through the middle of the, you know, swampy lake area. And those highways don't usually have any kind of real problem. But it is not a minor undertaking. They end up doing a lot of construction to, you know, build up the ground, pack a bunch of gravel and I don't know what else. You know, usually ship in clay and everything as well to effectively build this area. Put a bunch of tunnels through it so that water can move from one side to the other without having to go over the top of the road. And those areas, when we have flooding here, are usually not the areas impacted. I do agree with the whole humans thinking they could control nature and getting it wrong. In this case, I wouldn't even say that's an example of it, though. Alright. So we got these concrete trucks. They should be able to handle that now. The question is, are they going to bog down immediately when they get over here? Because there isn't a paved route the whole way to the dam. So you've got a paved route that goes way down here and way over here, but like it doesn't cross the whole middle area. So no matter what, I got to go through some muck and mire somewhere. Did you seriously move like 10 inches forward and then get stuck? It's not even that hard of a road. Those, if there is any terrain, they sink in almost immediately. At least they leave really deep tread marks, so there's no question about where it was happening. Yeah, no, stuff like building roads through pretty inhospitable areas, that's actually one of the things we have a really good track record of. There's definitely a lot of other areas where we have problems, like, you know, taking really macro scale projects tends to be the stuff we tackle, and then, you know, maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't, but sooner or later things go wrong and things just get worse and worse. Like where we've tried to take areas that just really weren't hospitable and be like, yeah, let's go ahead and... Well, it's also, it's funny, we also have really large-scale projects that we've done well. Like, you look at kind of the situation we've got with the giant aquifer setup we have in California, and sure, sometimes it's not bringing enough water and stuff, but that's not really anything wrong with that aquifer. That's just the need and demand has increased. But we've never had a, you know, particularly dire situation with that since it's been built, to my knowledge. And that manages to move water all the way from the mountains, you know, across this giant valley, past another mountain range, and then eventually all the way down to, like, LA and everything. And it's effectively just melting snow on a mountain and then delivering it to, you know, an area the size of many small countries. And those kind of things. At the same time, we've also tried to reroute bodies of water from one location to the other and made inadequate barrier between that and low-lying lands and accidentally created man-made seas really badly that had become like a horrific ecological disaster that once the flooding started and the barrier broke, about all you could do is toss your hands in the air because water has a hell of a lot of force behind it. You're not just going to wedge a chunk of concrete in there and expect it to hold up at all. As the humans thinking they can control nature is like here in Texas where people build brick houses with asphalt shingles, which aren't able to handle a lot of the heat at all, and then complain about their electricity being so high. Yeah, that's definitely one of those things that I would agree there's a lot of that kind of stuff that we make a lot of stuff very inefficiently, and that there is a consequence to that. And we've had macro-scale projects that have been successes and failures. But it's been impressive the things that we have pulled off, and at the same time, there have been failures. Remember one story where Los Angeles literally created a desert because they drained a lake dry? Well, that's gonna fail because those are gonna collide. Apparently, that dump truck got some, never mind. At first it looked like the dump truck was gonna win that fight. Alright, well those routes are gonna fail. We'll see if both those routes still need to be running. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, there's definitely being impractical, and it's the same problem we have here in Florida, is a lot of our houses now are built around stuff like using central air in our houses and all that kind of good stuff. And it works great for, like, the air conditioning and that kind of thing, but is incredibly inefficient in a lot of ways. Okay, well the dump trucks managed to get, or the trucks managed to get through that, but they did dig up the terrain enough that now the other vehicles are getting stuck. So that tells me I still need to do more. I'm a little worried that we're gonna have to put down sand along this whole route just to accommodate these dump trucks. Because the rest of this, my other vehicles are going right over with no effort whatsoever. Which it does make a certain amount of sense. They're holding a giant payload of concrete. And it's not exactly like it's light. And a lot of it is just genuinely, there are a lot of people in the world. And they need food, water, shelter. And barring tell people to go die, it's not a whole lot we could do other than try and meet their needs. And sometimes it can be pretty difficult. Now, situations like LA, I think, is reasonable to understand. It's just very genuinely just a large population center. But then you think about places like, you know, Salt Lake City in Utah, or Las Vegas, Nevada, and all that, where you have these, like, really big population center. I mean, actually, Salt Lake City's not that bad, but, like, Las Vegas, which is, like, literally in the middle of nowhere desert, that kind of the entire reason it exists is just effectively, you know, regulation and politics kind of things, where they just wanted to have a location that there was all that, but like really when you look at it, it's in the middle of nowhere desert. There's not a reason it's at that physical geographical location. Like there isn't a strategic, there's food here, there's water here, there's, you know, this river that works as like really good transportation area or whatever. It just happens to be near-ish to a population center that you can get there reasonably. And then being like, all right, but we're just not going to have the stricter laws that are in that other location. So its value is that it's near a population center and very relative. But at its physical location, there isn't a lot of benefit other than now it exists there. So now there's all the resources already there. Okay, so now the concrete stuff is getting there. So I should be able to grab the bulldozer and start working it over to that lake I've got to fill in. Well, not fill in, but put down enough dirt that stuff can cross, which these concrete trucks are absolutely going to struggle. And the little dump truck can just stay there because I got the bigger dump truck over here. Yeah, so stuff like that where you've got, you know, those areas that are very, very impractical, you know, to exist in general. It's one of those ones, like, can be a bit more of a, like, come on, man. Why are we putting the resources into that? But, like, LA is up against the water's edge and everything. It's just a giant, sprawling city with ridiculous number of people. Actually, I don't need to do it. Hey, get moving. I need through. Well, this is not boding well. They're just digging up everything the entire length of the way they're going. Okay, so picking up speed. Can you go on your own now?
I'm partially pushing this to kind of get an idea of how far I'm going to have to dump sand on, and I'm not liking what I'm seeing. Okay, so it's shallowing up. Can you go on your own now? I'm not even seeing your tires turning. But Las Vegas isn't about considerations of the practicalities. Las Vegas, the entire reason for, like I said, its existence is effectively around legalities, regulation, and politics. It has very, very little to do with any of the practicalities of what's there. Alright, so we got ourselves a headache here. Because that is not an insignificant amount of area I gotta cover. Because I don't really... Is there another place I could bring this over? It's not really a great place for me to put a bridge across and have it mean anything. Because I could potentially put, like, a road over here and pave it from here to there, but that doesn't help with my other convoy side of stuff. And I still have all this crap to deal with over here. It's honestly looking... Oh, man. Because this area over here is also going to be a problem. There's got to be a different way to tackle this. Because the issue I'm going to run into with this right now, what we're looking at, is those concrete trucks, anywhere we've got dirt, are just digging in the entire length of the way. And it wouldn't be so bad if I had sand nearby. I am thinking what we're probably doing is probably going down this way and building a road along here. Yeah, I think that's going to be the answer. So change of plans on the approach here. Let's make sure this other route was working fine. So that's that route. What about the other one? Is the other one working? The other one seems to be fine. Okay, so change of plan. That route is going to be an absolute nightmare deal. Was that a one-time route? Let's flatten out these piles just in case it's not a one-time route. Would it be easier to bridge it? Well, the problem with the bridge is I have to go in perfectly straight lines for the bridge. I could check to see if there's a good path for me to build a bridge there. I'm good. I do prefer to not be called Daddy, though. To me, that's just kind of weird. Yeah, and as Praise was saying, that's not even a here thing. You're gonna find a lot of channels, you know, calling someone like Daddy or Mommy or something will really, really quickly get you not a particularly positive reception. Okay. Alright. Cool, I'm not a dad, so it's fine. The point is, it doesn't matter the thoughts about it. If someone's like, hey, please don't. Well, to be fair, Luxray, he wasn't calling me dad in that second one. He was saying he is a dad or whatever.
But yeah, generally, like, that's one of the things with content creation. This isn't, like, an open night. That's an open mic public thing. It's not one of those things that, like, people can say, like, whatever they want or kind of thing. Effectively, think about, like, going into someone's house and they say, hey, leave your shoes at the door. And if you walk up and say no, you're just going to be asked to leave after a while. This is kind of one of those things, like, keep in mind, like, it's still like the whole be considerate of our thing about words and all that. Yeah, there are too many streamers who like being called Mommy Day. I can only think of, like, one as a gag. And even then, like, I know a lot of people who shut that down immediately, like, don't do that. Plus, also, let's be honest, like, while there are people who are, like, fine with, like, the whole daddy thing, the mommy thing gets really weird. But it's also one of those things that the connotation of calling someone daddy or whatever, again, assuming you are not that person's child, usually starts treading into, like, some really weird places. Okay, I also realized there's pipe. Oh, right, it's right over here. But yeah. As a reminder, this channel isn't necessarily strictly, like, safe for work or whatever, but kind of the joke about how I implied all that, is just the whole, I don't mind if the boss gives you a little side-eye, but if the boss feels like they gotta get out of their chair and say something, it's gone way too far. So think like PG-13, somewhere in that area. Alright, so we're gonna follow... Here, I'm gonna put some markers down. Or not, it's fine. Running Dozer soon? Yep, we've been running to Dozer. And thank you, Ionek. Yep, and with that...
You are condemned.
Chat didn't see what was said. Automod jumped on it, and it was definitely beyond over the top. It wasn't a thing of being haha, making a little bit of a joke. It was just straight up lewd. Okay, which route failed now? No rewards remaining. Okay, don't care, get out of here. Was the plague of weird chatters? Like I said, yesterday we had a suddenly, like, out of nowhere, like, 10 or 12 people joined, and I don't, or like followed, and I don't want to assume everyone who happened to follow in that same time frame, you know, is up to no good or whatever. But, we've already banned 3 of them, so...
3 today? No, it was 2 yesterday, 1 today so far. I would be surprised if we get to the end of stream and it doesn't end up needing to be 1 or 2 more banned. Because like I said, I do think as a group that kind of came across as one that maybe there's a couple people who came along at the same time who just aren't part of it. Because you also, like, you don't want to sit there and just go, okay, there's 8 people who joined and followed around the same time frame, let's just ban them all kind of thing. Like, you don't want to get into that kind of thing, because very genuinely, it could just be people joining at the same time as someone going to troll or whatever. Yeah. But yeah, I do think from the people who joined in that time frame, I'm going to be a little less tolerant on a lot of stuff right now. Just because we got quite a few people popping in who have all kind of proven out to be pretty trolly. And if it gets to the point where it's taking away from the stream and everything, then I'd rather just do without. So, my comment is going to be along the lines of, if you're really not sure if something's going to be well received, like that someone might be like, hey, let's not do that, maybe err on the side of caution. We usually don't have to do much moderation in this channel. But when the trolls show up, they do tend to show up in waves. Afraid to follow? Following's not a problem. My comment is more we had a bunch of people follow like at the same time. And those people who followed at the same time, we've just been having moderation issues with them. And so it's like one handful of people who all joined yesterday at the same time all followed, that's just out of that group, like I said, out of this like 8 or so, we've ended up banning 3 of them. Whereas I would probably say we only end up needing to do 1 or 2 bans a month, most months. So, to say it's an outlier, it's kind of understating it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, it's probably. And again, before anyone gets into it, we don't talk about age. Because then inevitably someone's like, I'm 15 as a joke, and I'm like, banned. Because I don't care if, you know, minors watch the stream and all that, that's fine. I don't want to know. Because people get really weird on the internet, and it's best that we don't share it all that stuff. Especially if you're a minor, that gets potentially real dodgy. Alright, so let's go get this sand flattened out. I do have a feeling for these concrete trucks, we might end up needing to put down asphalt to help them get over that hill with how steep it is. I'm hoping we won't, but I'm kind of somewhat resigned that we probably will. Can you use mud mats? I have no idea what that is. Regardless of say, no you can't. Yeah, no, they don't have anything like that.
It's basically, you put down sand, that's one option. You can put asphalt on top of the sand if you want to make it, you know, have better traction and whatnot. Otherwise, that's pretty much the leverage you pull. Okay, so we have this area over here. But that's kind of thing, like, this isn't designed to be like a hyper-realistic road construction anything. Like, they don't have, you know, the mass, like, all the different steps that go into building a proper road. You just huck down some sand, you just dump some asphalt on it, you roll a roller over it, and you give a big thumbs up, you've made a road. Which is a very big oversimplification of the entire process. Alright, so we're probably gonna need more sand back there. Make that a little bit wider and a little less cursed. Actually, you know what? I might not need more sand. Oh, yeah, no, where the spot where it dunks into the water, it's probably okay for those trucks. As long as it's not mud on the bottom, we'll be fine. Alright. Let's see, is a way more depth experience planned? No, because the whole point, this isn't designed to be a hyper-realistic road construction game. Road construction is a mechanic in the game, but it's just a mechanic in the game, not the mechanic in the game. If you're looking for something that's going to go into way more detailed about trying to do very realistic construction, you're probably looking for Construction Simulator, where you build buildings and actually have you, like, drill holes and then put support columns in it and all that. But, like, that entire game will be about building a building. Versus this is a lot more about restoring entire areas where you have tons and tons and tons of projects you're going to be doing. It's more about, like, making a road and transporting thing. Gets thrown off by the name RoadCraft? I mean, you do make roads. It's one of those things that you can have a game that has that level of hyper-realism if you want. The vast majority of the time, those games aren't fun, though. There's definitely a line you cross where you've kind of eliminated the fun in the gameplay to just but realism, and it ends up detracting from the enjoyment of the experience. But, you know, hey, it's realistic, I guess, or something. Yeah, there's surprisingly little luggage in Pac-Man. Yep. And Minecraft's mining is particularly unrealistic as well. Or the argument that SnowRunner, where's the snow? Which, granted, the answer is level 2. Alaska. But, you know, same difference. Names are too short to be meaningfully explanatory to the game. Wait, you mean you don't want Ultra Realism mod like for RimWorld? No. With me, when it comes to the things I care about in games, like, you know, gameplay, balance, all that is, like, way up here. And then you get, like, a good farther way down. You'll get to, like, graphics and all that. And then realism's almost at the bottom. Not technically at the bottom. There's certainly stuff in games that I just really could give zero craps about. But, for me, realism for realism's sake, just... It's not worth it. Because it almost always comes at the expense of the enjoyability of the game when you get to that level. This stream is missing the realism tag? Check on the bottom. It has the anti-realism tag. Unless it got erased for whatever reason. Or something like... Yeah, something like anti-realism, non-realism, or something like that. And then I also had a tag that was like anti-min-max. Those are just there as memes. No one's looking for it. Okay. Now, I probably want to do one more pass right down the middle, because I'm getting this really steep ridge in the middle. So we want to get rid of that ridge. How many lanes is that road going to be? I'm not going to bother laning it. We're just going to have concrete go over it. There's no painting stripes or anything. We'll see if I end up putting the asphalt on. It just depends on if the cement mix trucks can manage it. I'm a little concerned, as steep as that is, it's going to need the asphalts to get enough grip. We need to Walter, Milwaukee. I tend to prefer Ryobi. Watch them come with a Mars DLC for it. Could be interesting. There's been a couple games that have done that have like the entirely realistic like places you go, and then they're just randomly like, okay, go to this, go to Mars, go to Titan, and it's just another normal mission. It's just for whatever reason you're on, some type of stellar object. If you want to, could you go full beaver and chop down the forest? Yep. Yeah, so you can see how bad the ridge is right here, where this left side is over the water and the other side's completely under it. Where'd the road go? As we're leveling it out, some of it's dipping below the water line. That honestly doesn't matter that much, as long as it doesn't go so deep that the engines flood. It's the big thing is I need them to not have mud on the bottom, because if they got a bunch of mud on the bottom and the vehicles try to cross, they'll just sink into the mud and they'll just spin their tires. Alright, so we've got all that set up, so let's go back to this route that failed. Because we're rerouting the whole thing. And honestly, for this... trying to avoid redrawing the whole route, but we might get there. Okay, we'll draw you over here. Grab you over here. Put that on the little land bridge we made. Oh yeah, no, RimWorld's had stuff like the hygiene mod and all those ones for ages. I've had people ask me to play those mods a couple of times. It's just one of those things that doesn't interest me. And honestly, for most of the people I've seen who run the mod, there's been some exceptions. A lot of them run it for a little while, and they're kind of like, this is just tedious, and they get rid of it. There's definitely some I do know who really do like those mods a lot, though. Okay, so we're gonna have to, like, snake around there. Let's clean this stuff up over here.
Okay. Because I kept digging into the mud every single pass. You can see, like, the grooves they left in. And they only got forward because I had the bulldozer behind them because I needed to go that way, so it was just shoving them along the way. But for a lot of these routes, it's not a one and done. So you can't really depend on that. Okay, so let's see how this goes. Can they make that turn, or is that too tight? Sorry, you're being sarcastic, you're new here. Well, I mean, one thing is you could just use, like, the /S, the kappa, all that kind of stuff. We generally advocate for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions, and some of that stuff, like just making it clear when you're joking or being sarcastic, is good. Because, especially with text, sometimes you can read into things having more than that's there, and that can be bad when you say something entirely innocent, but, you know, it doesn't come across clearly, or just the same, you're making a joke, but without being able to clearly tell it's a joke, it can end up pretty rough. Alright, so you're struggling here. That shouldn't be where it starts going up. So it looks like I might just have a bit of a spot there, like a lip that needs to be dealt with. Yeah, they did manage to pull off the tight turn. It seems like there's a little bit of a lip where that second truck is. The good news is the first truck, once it got shoved past there... Yeah, use your kappas. Oh, actually, you figured it out. Maybe. Might actually be this little pebble. Might have been the actual problem here. Yes, this is my worry about where it's saying I might need to use asphalt. Because they're just struggling to get up this hill. But I'm here, so I'm just going to shove them along the way. Is it a one-time route? I didn't even look. I'm still not sure. Okay. So let's see if it gives us the reward and then calls that a day, or am I going to have to keep doing it? Just bridge it? Yeah, honestly, with where I've got there, I can bridge from about here to there now, and it'd be okay. If I need. That actually seems like a perfectly... Don't you get stuck there. Alright. Honestly, with where it's at, we'll figure it out in a minute. Okay. So, if we have to fix up that route, that's fine. In the meantime, let's get back to what we were doing before, which is... over here somewhere. I've got... There you are. I've got you. Now get back on task over here.
Because what I'll do is I'll just check it wherever it gets stuck. We can just patch it up. If I do have to go and lay down concrete, I mean, at this point, I'd rather put down concrete. I built a lot of bridges on this map already. With that already having a place to get across, I feel pretty okay that we could just slap down some concrete, give it a thumbs up. Especially since it looks like my stuff for laying road is just over around the corner here. Okay, so we need to go to, was it the port? Yeah, the port. So if we go down this way, there's not really a good option. Okay. So now the concrete facility? Yes. And an alarming amount of concrete. That's actually what those trucks are doing, is they're delivering concrete to the dam that got damaged from the earthquake. And they're patching it. They're going to probably patch it up. So my assumption is once I get these 3 items delivered, the dam will like automatically get restored to being a not cracked, full of holes dam. And I believe our big crane is still over here, too. Okay. And trees will not prevent us from getting where we're going. I'm surprised we haven't gotten the failure from the concrete trucks getting stuck yet. I thought that would have happened by now. It's possible they can slowly muscle their way through. That does happen. But we'll see. The hill up on the far end I'm a little worried about, but that's one that literally could just be one pass of asphalt. That little bit of extra grip that gives over the sand, and then it's plenty. We've done that plenty of times before throughout this. Okay, there's the boat. I do not believe we're moving all 3 of those in one go. I'd like to, but those are bigger than I anticipated. I'm going to try. I was not expecting those to teleport over here, but okay. You know what? Let's see how lax this thing is about where things are positioned on it.
Okay, will you let me anchor that? You will. Alright, this is gonna be a one and done. Is it gonna be elegant? No. Am I gonna do it anyways? Abso-freaking-lutely. Is this gonna probably be hell to drive and I'm gonna immediately regret it? Probably. Okay. Yeah, that is exactly how that's supposed to work. Definitely nothing to worry about. Yep. Yep. Why is my performance in the vehicle slightly worse than it was a minute ago? I don't understand. It drove a lot easier a minute ago. Now it's seeming to really struggle to move at all. I put into low gear and I don't even lose speed. Oh no, I guess I technically lose the tiniest bit of speed. Alright, so let's think about these routes a little bit more objectively than the way over. Because cutting across this spot is probably bad news. I mean, that looks like it's literally my only meaningful route. Because it can go up and over. What is going over here? Let's check our infrastructure. You did get all the way over there. So they did actually get all the way to this spot before it finally struggled. So let's try scooching you over a little bit. And just dispatch again without any other considerations. So objectives. So I need to deliver all three to the dam itself. So realistically, I need to get over there. We've got our road down here. The big problem is it's gonna have to be through that swamp area. Because there's no route down here at all. So that's out of the question. We do have the kind of crappy route over here. That's not a route, that's where I ran a power cable. Otherwise, let's go all the way up and around here, over here, through there, which is no better than what we just did, or all the way up there, which is not really a route. So we're looking at just basically going back the way we came. I'm still trying to remember. Okay, it's to the right. Let's just keep it in low gear. There's not really a reason to take it out of low gear.
Thank you, Harry Paulzak, for subscribing for 17 months. That's better. Thanks for the content.
And thank you, Harry Paulzak, for the 6 months of Tier 1. I really do appreciate that. 17 months sub to channel, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a lot that you would, you know, want to support the channel like that and continue to support it, and thanks so much. I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright, let's see this machine make magic. And by that I mean drive really, really slowly through the mud as if I have not really thought this through. Because why do in 2 runs what you can do in 1? Alright. So that goes down from the backside there. So like I said, I don't think that's the route we're gonna go. You know what? I changed my mind. We're gonna take the route I ran the cable through.
because I think that's flatter, even though I'll probably have to fight the terrain more. And I'm a little concerned that we're a wee bit extremely top-heavy. So we'll try to cut across here and then follow the fencing around this place.
Rual once
And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 200
Hype
biddies.
trains go. Choo choo.
I do appreciate that. Kicking off a hype train and all that good stuff, so always a good time for a hype train. Now the one downside is when I get these to their delivery point, I will have to have another vehicle with a crane show up to help. Hey look, when I'm on cement I can actually go a meaningful speed. I'm gonna guess this opens from this side and we're just gonna shove our way through. Okay. Yeah, I do appreciate that. What? Oh, there we go. For whatever reason, I wasn't seeing the hype train UI for a moment. I was like, what? I heard the sounds. Can't you just recover the truck and drop them? Yes, so if I recover the truck, they'll drop where I'm sitting, but the problem is they don't all go to the same exact spot. They're in the same general area. Yeah, I can't see what I'm doing, and it's making me snake all over the place. And thank you, Jaywalker, for the 100 biddies. I do really appreciate that as well. Okay. So I need to take it to the dam. So my best bet is to take it to the right here, cut through all this, and then cut down that way. Meanwhile, we can grab you. You got stuck in a different spot than last time. Okay. Alright, this will probably be the worst mud we're going to have to deal with the whole trip. The good news is this particular transport actually has some pretty big knobby tires that are good for off-roading. So there's a good chance it'll do fine, if not a little bit slow. Okay. And I still gotta clear the part of the wall by the dam and the reservoir. And then I've got to get a bunch of wood loaded up into the lumber mill, sawmill, whatever it is. I'm surprised at how awful these concrete trucks are at moving the concrete around. I get they're not meant for off-roading. But if you knew you're in a situation where you were going to be dealing with off-roading, you think they'd choose something a little bit better suited. Is that the right spot? Yes. A second guessing it for a moment. Okay.
You can pave the roads. That's what's probably going to happen. If I go to pave this, I'm going to go ahead and take a couple of seconds to put down enough sand to make it above the water line and just pave the whole thing. Because we still haven't used our big roller. Alright, almost there. Thank you for the level 1 hype train at 50% with 1 sub gift and 300 biddies. I don't think that's a sub gift. I think that was literally just a sub. Either way, thank you so much for the level 1 hype train at 50%. I do appreciate that support. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you. Well, here's a question. Well, no, because if I got close enough... Yeah, so as you can see, there's 3 of them in different spots. I just got to manage to grab anything with a crane on it, and I can take care of it. I'm going to smack this into the wall, and that puts it out of the way. Meanwhile... cancel that. Move you up there and redeploy here. Okay, so with that said, we've got that delivered. We have this. I don't want the big crane. That I've got over to the other area. So we don't want the big crane that's up here. We'll grab the secondary big crane kind of thing. Because that'll just be better for here, and then I can take the giant crane and go up and try and recover the tree forwarder, or sorry, log forwarder, whatever, if needed. Alright. Okay, I do think it'll be a case of taking the time here to, put down a little bit more sand in these spots that are dipping under. And then we might end up needing to pave it. Yeah, that's a bad spot. Alright. Because even with the bridge idea, this spot up here is the problem, and the bridge won't help with that. It's still high enough elevation to help. Well, actually, I mean, it could. But it's probably easier to not worry about that. Okay. So I'm guessing... Alright, so it'll be one of the white boxes here. So you need to switch to you. Unsecure it. Switch back to you. Spin that around like this. So that's one. And get you into position. I don't think it parked far enough. Alright, I'll deal with you in a minute. Actually, no, I won't. I'll deal with you now. Okay, full extension. Can I reach the cargo and drag it over here? Okay, bring it around, put it in place, and then that will be the mission for repairing the dam done. Okay. And would you look at that, it's no longer horrific. The internal analysis report, you didn't just fix the damage, you averted an even greater disaster. That warrants a pat in the back, or 2. But not 3. Let's be reasonable. Alright. Repair the regional infrastructure and the dam.
That wasn't easy. You did good work there. I don't know about you, but this calls for a celebratory coffee. Get some rest. You earned it.
Okay. It took a fair bit of elbow grease and a fair bit of cursing and enough coffee to float us right along with the river. The water's back where it belongs, and so are we. Ready to do whatever's next. Alright, I'm not going to return to the hub yet. We've got 2 more missions that we haven't done yet. So 1, pull the crap out of there. And then 2, get the logs up here. So let's do that really quick. So for you, we're going to go drag the log forwarder out from there. So you can get it into position to do the sawmill stuff. Here, let's go ahead and set that, by the way. You set that one over there. And just get the... Actually, where's the log forwarder? How far up are you? That's where the trees are. The log forwarder's over there. Honestly, I'm probably better off just driving over there. Let's not worry about it. Okay. We can go over here, do this, redeploy the big crane, because I want to make sure I have the full reach. And let's go get to the area where we can clear the spot. Meanwhile, I'm going to go ahead and just tell them to reattempt that route that they've been struggling with. Oh, they haven't failed it yet. Never mind. Alright. Oh, to get where we're going, where do I want to leave? Oh, we want to go... Yeah. Out to the right, straight across the island, straight up to it. Clear the logs to clean up the river. And then that should take care of that objective. We just get the log forwarder. We load it up with I think it's like 35 logs we need or some nonsense. But we load up a bunch of logs. We get them delivered. And that should be good. And I've got a spot marked where I've already cut down a ridiculous number of trees. And then we'll just go to where I need the logs to start cutting down more trees. Because this way, then the maps are, you know, quote-unquote, done 100%. Now, granted, some of them have routes that we've done that I just need them to run longer. I'm not going to sweat that stuff. There's your bridge around the left here. Yeah. So it's just over here to the left. And that should take me directly to where I need to pull this all up. Oh, it's down that way. Is that right? No, it's not. It's over there. Okay. And now these 2 objectives done, we'll be down to literally just the last map in the game. Yeah, so that concrete route, that'll be one I'll need to, I'll deal with that after stream. I won't sit here and make, you know, fuss with it the whole time, because that'll probably take a lot of, like, laying sand, flattening out, making adjustments, laying sand, flattening out, making adjustments, and then finally, paving the whole thing.
That part of the river is looking a bit clogged up, just like the second stall in our office bathroom. Nothing we can't handle, right? Unlike the office maintenance crew.
Okay. Oh wait, that's not actually out. Oh, that's fine. This is definitely how we fix this problem, where it's getting clogged on one side. We definitely just take it to the other side and dump it back in the water. For whatever reason, the barrel's not showing as still being a problem, so that's good enough for me. Actually, from what I'm noticing, it doesn't seem to care about some of these once I get them basically a little bit over the water line. I'm wrong. It still cares. It's fine. I just gotta grab this garbage. Get it out of that spot. Okay. And then this will have this all cleared out. Okay. So I might only have 2 things left over there. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, because then we just got to get the log forwarder and deal with all that. With the place I need to take this stuff, which is the sawmill and the warehouse, we might get lucky, and it might have enough trees cut down in the other spot to just not even have to worry about it much. Okay. And that is all done.
That river's flowing smoothly now, thanks to you. Excellent work.
Cool. And that just leaves us with a single objective left on the whole map. So, oh, I'm sorry, it's not 35, it's 25. So the good news is, it looks like I need the 15 up here. I've got a ton of trees cut down right there already. It might be enough to knock that out by itself. Otherwise, it's a straight shot between the two of them. So we did get the log forwarder stuck over here. Unfortunately, wait, actually I do have a vehicle up there. Hold up. I do have a vehicle up that's like literally in line of sight of the log forwarder. It's not exactly the best vehicle for towing things,
But if it can just get it out of the water enough... They've been following for ages? Oh, it's all good. Thank you for the follow. The algorithm, I guess. Yeah, for those who don't know, Sparks, another fantastic content creator on the platform. If we can get a shout out for Sparks, also plays like lots of simulation, you know, farm sim, RoadCraft, all that good stuff. Definitely someone to check out. All right. Oh, interesting. Even though it's flooded, I can start the engine again. But yeah, definitely check them out. All right, let's see if that's enough to make this work. The old classic, take the arm and just... Thoughts on RoadCraft? I've absolutely been enjoying it. Considering we're about to finish our second to last map, and technically we're done with the main objectives. I got one last objective of dealing with some trees to go for. Okay, so we got my trees that I already cut down over here for a previous objective. But yes, because this is Deluge, and then we've just got Kernel, and I've unlocked Kernel, like just in the last 15-20 minutes. But I wanted to get the last two side quests knocked out here. And I've got one route that I'm going to fix, but that I won't worry about doing on stream. Like, we've already done the route, it's just... I've got a couple of vehicles getting stuck because I probably need to level out the stuff a bit better. Oh, log. Oh, stub. Yeah, and I've been going pretty hard at the game since it dropped. I haven't played it exclusively, but not far from. That said, as a reminder for everyone and everyone in the community, we do have a sponsored farm sim stream coming up in not the next stream, but the stream after that. For the new pack they're dropping, where they got a bunch of the classic vehicles coming back, like they got the old Ford tractors and all that. They also have some of the new modern stuff coming in as well. It's a pack, it's not an expansion though, so no new crops, just a bunch of new equipment. It's also going to be through Dare Drop as well, so we are going to have some dares there. I don't know what they are yet. That's the only reason I haven't been telling people what we're going to be doing for that stream, because I'm waiting to see what the dares are. Because, like, if they have a dare that are like, oh, start your game on this difficulty, whatever, and earn $1 million, or whatever it ends up being, you know, obviously I have to do what I have to do to obey those rules. If I want to do the dare, that is. And just the same, sometimes be like, oh, on this map, find all the collectibles, or whatever. They vary wildly. Okay, so the place we knocked down those trees... Oh, that's back there. My bad. Because I know there's at least 10 logs there. I don't know how many there are. I'm hoping we can get, like... If we get the 15, I'll probably grab the 15 and drop those off and not worry about grabbing more at that location. Just because it'll be very inconvenient for doing the next part of the delivery. The one big downside I'm going to probably run into here is just the fact that, you know, we're out in the middle of nowhere. I have to deliver these to both locations, which means I will need to unload the vehicle. I'm probably going to take that in the removing the straps in the vehicle and then just teleporting the vehicle back to me so all the items just fall. Might be how I deal with it. I haven't decided yet. I could also grab, if this is the one that we get 15 in, I could grab the other log, or the other forward loader, drive it over to do the 10, which is, I think, probably the more correct option. Okay.
I'm hitting the wrong button again and again, and it's not making this work. I did not think I had it. Okay, so there's one. Okay. Too far forward, I think. Alright. So that's 3 loaded so far. Let's scooch on up. Always such a tease that arm doesn't quite go down far enough, depending on the angle. That might break free because I'm banging the log around way too much. That's 4. That's 5. Okay, the one behind us, I'm too far forward. I won't be able to pick that up. And the one in front of me, I'm too far back. Because if you have the arm at a pretty long extension, it can't go below the height of the vehicle. That's 6. That's 7. That one over there on the right's gonna be too far up, but this one should be fine. Getting really hard for me to judge this log. Okay. That's 8. Get scooch up here. We got 2 more over there. Okay, we have 9 and 10. And 11. I'm being pretty proud of myself that, well, we've had a couple where, you know, you start swinging the log around. But a lot of these have been pretty clean. I've lost track. Because we were on 10, right? And then that would have been 11. And then this would be 12. Oh crap. When they fall like that where it's leaning, they're really hard to do anything with. You let that fall off. Just gonna drive on over here. Okay, that's 12. I might be able to get that one. It's kind of on the edge. And this one would be 13. There we go. Okay, that's 13. So it looks like I'm going to need pretty much all the logs we cut down here from the... Oh, no. We won't need all of them, but we'll need almost all of them. Yeah, having the camera and the claw while driving is not a great experience. That'll be good enough. I'll grab the extra one just in case I'm off by one. I would hate to be off by one and need to drive the whole way back. Not the whole way back, to need to go and get another log. That should be 14. don't think that's in well. Like I said, I am going to grab the one extra just in case I messed up my count. That should be close enough to get it. Okay, and this should be 16, so I should actually have one more log that I need here. There we go. Okay, so in theory, I should have 16 logs in the back there. And I don't see any more, so it looks like we cut down just a hair over the necessary logs for the first stop. So let's get these where the 15 are needed. Then I'm gonna grab my other log forwarder, the one that's not quite as big. We can get that into position for the other location to load up the 10 I need there. And with that, we can get the very last bonus objective done here, and then it'll be time for Kernel. Because I can't imagine they'll give us another side quest as a reward for a side quest. Generally, from what we've seen, is they only give you new side quests when you hit like a certain threshold of the main objectives. All right. Okay. So I can go right on over here. Okay, so it's satisfied that there's 15 there. That's the thing for the quarry. And I need the other ones over here where we need 10. Which shouldn't be too hard to get to. So for that one, honestly, that might be close enough. I might be able to just grab the trees and drag them down. And not even need to involve a truck. We'll see. If it looks like it's going to be a bunch of back and forth, then we can just grab it as we go. Alright. Just need to get over there, and like I said, if we can make this work smoothly, I can just grab one tree after the other, drag it out, do that. I think the other vehicle is better for that kind of thing, but regardless, the point is to try and save me driving a vehicle half across the map to then load up the logs to then, you know, get it into position. If it takes me a little bit longer to get the log over there versus all that, it'll still be faster than driving the vehicle half across the map, since I will have to use the crane to pick them up and put them down again anyways. We'll see. It looked like there's trees right there by the warehouse that I should be able to chop up and chuck over. I haven't done this one enough that I'm as confident that I'm going to be able to make the logs drop where I want them. But they're close enough that I can probably just grab my my links and use the winch to drag them into place, because it's just around the corner as well. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. So yeah, so it looks like you got this little circle here. We got these trees here. That honestly doesn't look too bad. Let's go up here. Grab you. And honestly, as big as that area is, I could probably make this work regardless. Okay, so we got 9 more. So it is going to take us a minute, but shouldn't be bad. How far behind you can you reach? Can you reach straight back? Because that'll make this easier if you can. Yes. Yes, you can. Alright. So that's 2. Just like before, we reach behind us. The reason why reaching behind us works easier, you don't have to worry about driving over them or anything. We can put at full extension, and then, since I haven't fully figured out how you can tell which way it's going to go, I could just start it cutting and then adjust the arm to whichever side I need to make it drop roughly middle. Okay, and we move back forward. Easy peasy. Okay. And we're halfway done with this pile. Already got the R15 loaded and all that. Alright. Let's go by the assumption it's going to keep turning the same way it has for the last couple. Do you feel like the constant engine noise during the drilling a hole is drilling your hole through the engine? I mean, it's the engine noise. Literally with these vehicles, they're going to be driving back and forth, doing stuff all over the place. The entire game is centered around driving. Now, granted, the rotating arm noise, I don't disagree. When you have to do a lot of it, it can get a little obnoxious. Alright, only 3 more after this one. And then this is done. Okay. And we're finally starting to hit the point of actually putting a little bit of effort getting past all the tree stumps to get the next ones. But not a problem, there's no shortage of trees here. Kind of like when you play the racing games, the whole time you're just hearing the engine like this roaring around each and every corner. It's just the nature of the game. You can turn all that stuff down too, and have the game not super loud. Alright. Only 2 more. If you're wildly off course, don't mind me. Thank you, Randall Thor, for the Gigantify. Yep, we are getting back at the enemy that is the trees. And for those who don't know, that's just a meme on the channel. I don't actually have any objection to real trees and all that. It's just Project Zomboid. The trees are out to get you. They're in league with the zombies. There are so many like anti-tree, anti-nature quotes on that. No. No, move forward. Alright. I was really hoping to make it lean back up with that, and it did not work out. Oh, is that a crane right there? No, that's our logging thing. I need to keep that there. Right, you're up here. You can grab the last log and just drag it. Because I started to turn, I turned the wrong way, and then I was off balance of the tree. And so I was trying to use the arm to shove the ground off, because that works with the other thing, but I'm guessing the arm's just not as strong on that thing, because it's not a crane. And so what ultimately happened with that, unfortunately, is that made it worse. So I was like, okay, maybe if I get lucky before I start
that before I stall, I start processing the tree. I'm assuming they don't have like a half-processed state, so I'll probably finish processing that tree. Maybe I'll get lucky, and either the weight reduction on the arm side by not holding on to the tree anymore will mean we'll balance out, or the physics on the tree being shoved into the tractor or into the thing might shove it back up on its wheels, or something like that. Because of course I messed up on the very last one. But that's fine. We're just going to drive over there. I'm not going to try and pick up the tree harvester. I'm literally just going to try and drag that log out from underneath it. Because we just dragged that log over there, that qualifies to the mission objective. They don't really have a need for the harvester to be anywhere in this area. Yep, but there you are. So I'm probably going to have to go around to the other side to get at the log. Alright. Okay, so that's wedged in there, so let's try and slide it straight out. There we go. You want me to set up a route now? Okay, fine. Alright, we have one final request it has, which is to set up a route. Where's one of the routes that still gives us money or whatever? So we need to get it from there to there. I'm gonna need to move our truck here. Oh, I need to go over the way over there. So you got both of those areas are pretty swampy. This is fine. Oh, but that's also got the super swampy there. Man, there isn't a good route. Man, you're gonna make me fix up one last road. Because I don't... Oh, there is a path down there. Hang on. It still does have one mud pit in it, and I don't really have a good way of getting around it. Oh, that doesn't go where I want it. Oh crap, never mind. I got all excited, I was like, wait a second, I can circumvent this. No, I can't. I'm hoping these are actually relatively decent vehicles and able to cut across that. I'm not too confident about that big pool of water, though. Yep, and there was 16 because there's one log left in here. Okay, so far so good. We've got that one. You got stuck over there. While they sort that out, I'm going to start fixing this up a little bit.
Okay. So get that out of the way here real quick. Alright, so there's the other route that did fail. Let me guess, you failed in that giant chasm of water. Oh, you rolled over. Okay. Let's just try our chance of just cutting right on through. Just going for it. Okay. Because we'll try to fix this. So there's a good chance I'm going to have to pave this route for it to work. Okay. Okay, and one more trip back just to level things out a little bit more. And then we will try sending the stuff on this route again. I do think one thing that isn't helping is all these little pebbles and stones. Well, tracked vehicles like this have no issue with them. Some of the other vehicles like no all-wheel drive or diff lock or anything. It just takes that pebble getting right in the right spot, right in the wrong spot. Then suddenly you have a wheel off the ground just spinning and it just doesn't have the traction it needs to carry as heavy a load it's got. Hey, Donis, how's it going? Wheel on pebble duty? I could do something like that. It's not a bad idea. I'm kind of just going by having this go a little bit wide each time and pushing some of these pebbles off to the edges. Where are you getting stuck in? You keep dipping down and making this... Oh, literally a rock. Oh, wait. I didn't even realize I called you to show up again. Man, you are loud. And Don's in their 5-stream streak. Catch the last 5 streams without missing one, so thank you. Hey, buddy, just gonna shove you back. Cool. I saw there was a ridge that got stuck on. So that let me level out the ridge. So let's get you out of the way. And go over here and remove that tree icon. Reset that dispatch. Is the other one still going? Oh, the other one's actually going to make it. Okay. I am honestly surprised they got across that without a problem. I'm not complaining, just surprised. Okay, but realistically, if it doesn't make it on this one, I would pave this, is what I would do next. Because there's really not a whole lot of terrain issues here. But that's fine. Yeah, so this one here is on its home stretch. That just has to get there, then that route's done, and I believe that'll be the last objective of Kernel. Because sitting here watching the trucks go by... Alright. So, objectives. No side or main objectives.
Now we're set up real nice. You can never be too prepared, right?
Alright, and so with that, we will return to the hub. Because now it's just waiting for those routes to go through, and like I said, just basically having the camera just sitting there and watching it, not the most exciting. So with that, we are down to the very last map. 97%. There is a side objective missing. Huh. Where could we... Let's just look at the map real fast. If we can spot where the side objective is, we'll go after it. If it's one of these ones I'm just going to have to drive around the map till we trigger it to pop out, then I'm not going to sweat it. Missing a garage? I don't... Maybe. I don't think so. Let's take a quick peek at the map and just see if there's an obvious spot for it. Because I only had one that I missed the side objective in the past, and it was a garage in that one. So if we look at the map, we've got the 3 buildings down there. That's where we started. There was no more buildings or roads down this way. No more buildings or roads off of this side. No more buildings or road down here. We didn't go all the way down to that sand pit, but we did use it. I can't imagine there's an objective down there. And we were at the lighthouse, which is... I drove up to the lighthouse. I literally had my car there. We could try that as a quick test. I don't think there'll be anything there. The best I can guess is there's a lighthouse up here that we definitely looked at before, but now the map's not revealed. I'm going to pop up there. If the quest is there and it's something of importance that gives us an objective, we'll knock it out. If not, I'm not going to sweat it, because I could literally drive around the map for half an hour and still not find it. Oh, you're going to take a hot minute to cross that. I'm just going to try and drive. Okay. So you'll see if now we've got other stuff done, if that lighthouse has anything. And if not, like I said, that'll be something for me to deal with, like achievement hunting kind of thing after stream. Oh, so it's not where the lighthouse is. The lighthouse must be that next one over to the left. I'll still reveal this since we don't have this revealed. There's a lighthouse. There's nothing here. We already checked out the lighthouse, the entire North Shore here. This is all fine. We've all been along this route. I don't think there's anything up here in this corner. There's no real road. I mean, there is a road that goes here. I can't imagine there's a garage or something tucked back up there. There's a tiny spot there. There's a tiny spot here. But there's no... That's just a silo that dropped in there. There's a tiny spot there, which does have a land bridge going to it. We can check that out real fast. I'm going to keep the other vehicle up there. We'll grab the Invictus. And try and check really fast. Because most likely it's you pull up to a building and they'll be like, go haul this over here. Or build a bridge or whatever. Well, let's go up here and get rid of the other icon so I don't accidentally drive towards and realize I'm just blasting across the map. Oh, I already did get rid of it? Okay, sure. Okay. Alright. But that area in the very, very top right corner, I don't think I'm going to chase that down right now, if that is where it ends up being. Just because it's way out of the way. We don't have a good place to deploy and get up there in a timely manner. And I'd rather just keep things moving. I'm just checking these two because they're right by my bases where I could just immediately rush over. I mean, I can check. I might have a vehicle up that way. If I do, that's fine. I don't think I do, though. Not close to it. Let alone something like a scout or something that can get up there relatively quickly and easy. Alright. Just follow this road to see where it goes. Just nothing but soup the whole way. Here's where it's going. It's just dirt road and soup. Might double back to a path we're already aware of. It is turning north, which we've already revealed a lot of the north area. Alright, Cerise, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. And I'll worry about that in my own time. Yeah, definitely don't want to lug.
Good grief. This is going to sound a little crazy, because it is. This local fisherman is asking for a, let's say, sizable amount of wooden logs. He wants to build his own dam downriver to protect his fishing nets. But hey, if the man wants to pretend to be a beaver, who am I to deny him that experience? Anywho, if you want to, having him owe us a favor can't hurt.
Okay.
And what do you want? 20 logs. Where the heck are you? I might just skip that one and come back to that later. Getting a vehicle out here that can cut the logs and then lugging them all here would be pretty obnoxious. Okay. Yeah, so I mean I could go and drag those logs down, or drag these trees down here one by one by one until we do all 20. I think... Would chat rather I actually take the time to do that or move on to the next map? Either way, I'll do that on my own time. But we would need to drive one of our tree cutters down to the area and lug the trees one by one down the hill. Also, how are you going to build a dam that's relevant in this spot, my friend? I think we're just going to move on to the next map. I think that's what we're going to do. Because that's, like, literally we just finished, you know, hacking down and dragging 25 logs just a minute ago. And I don't want to drive the vehicle or do that. It's one we can get on our own time. It's not a big deal. At least I found it to deal with later. I want to see Kernel. A local energy corporation is preparing a secondary site to expand its main geothermal power plant. Oh, this is going to be bad. When a series of planning errors and questionable cost-cutting decisions led to a disastrous failure. During the fracking process, the issues provoked a large-scale seismic event. You're tasked with assessing the damage, investigating the cause of the disaster, and helping the town recover. Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and bring the links. Nothing like a little geothermal fracking going wrong to create a particularly awful situation. Yeah, like genuinely after stream, I might just go over there and knock out that mission real fast. Because what I'll do is I'll start the things doing the route and I'll pull down some trees and I'll go on back and forth. Alright, so this is Scandinavia during the summer. As following a series of mishaps, all linked to the Echo Corporation, you are assigned to investigate a catastrophic failure at a large geothermal complex. And thank you for the sub and the like on the YouTube side. I appreciate that. It all helps. Judging by the smoke columns coming out everywhere and the fact that I couldn't really make out the ground not being all craggy and destroyed.
Imagine you're a responsible corporation and want to tap into an active geothermal zone. Would you use fracking? The most destructive method of resource extraction outside of blowing rocks up? Well, it appears that if your levels of accountability are questionable, the answer is a resounding yes. The only silver lining is, with these guys in charge, we'll never run out of work. At least until they blow up the whole planet. For now, they almost destroyed the local power plant and a nearby town. So, your task is to check the damage and see if it can be fixed, and thus help devise countermeasures against more of the same happening again. As far as I'm concerned, those countermeasures should include a few execs getting thrown into the slammer for life. But who am I to suggest things, right?
Seems reasonable. I mean, part of it was they kind of implied that the company cut some pretty egregious corners, which genuinely in that case, I could agree with that sentiment. If you knowingly cut basic safety precautions and cause a horrific, you know, humanitarian disaster.
Yes, you look at that. All this damage and the radio towers of all things are still standing. Still, there's an awful lot of static on all the bands. So, we'll probably encounter our usual share of comms problems. And speaking of problems, you probably noticed already, but this area with all its volcanic rock is best suited for tracked vehicles. Just saying.
Okay, so game is heavily implying being like, use your tracked vehicles.
So the entire middle of the map is basically water. And I'm assuming the idea is that's where, with the fracking, you know, things collapsed and all that kind of stuff. You love Kelly Sass? Yeah. I am noticing everywhere we're driving, I am bouncing all over the place. Which is going to mean a lot of vehicles are not going to like it. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Those roads may well be canyons. I mean, even this road, we are bouncing. I have a feeling we're going to be doing a lot of road repair on a lot of this map. Oh, look. A giant chasm. Right. Yep, no, I respond, Psycho. I said thank you. Time to start filling with sand. I mean, you're not wrong that very likely there will be a lot of dumping. Before we get too far, do I actually have a base of ops? Okay, we do actually have a base, because there was one map I believe we didn't start with a base. All right. So we're trying to find our way over there. Yeah, so the answer is looking like we're going to have some serious repairing of roads. Ooh, you know what? I'm trying to remember what the other map of the demo was, because we had the one map we recognized in the demo. Maybe this is the map that... Yeah, so those cracks in the ground are pretty much across the whole area. I might be able to cross that by just going with the strategy of, have you considered driving faster? I don't feel comfortable with that. I don't think that's gonna work. Okay. So this thing's got a ridiculous snorkel. Let's see how bad this is. We might just like nosedive into oblivion. Yep. Okay. It's deep. That's all we need to know. It real deep. It is an abyss. We're not crossing it is what the answer is. So, unfortunately, this is like this big chasm. We've got those the whole way, so all of this is going to be hard to go. We're probably going to have to build bridges. Oh, you know what? I could probably go up and around and across. Okay. So we need to go back over this way, and it looks like there's a couple of, we can, like, zigzag across a couple of land bridges. Yeah, so to the left. We cut across to that area, and then there's a land bridge to those islands to kind of like hop over one spot to the other. Time to invest in helicopters. Yeah, it is one of those things where like, we need you to scout it out. Here,
go drive in your, like, dune buggy or whatever. Your all-terrain ATV, which literally ATV says all-terrain vehicle. But get your ATV, go four-wheeling, and get out there. It's like, could you not do a flyby? We're already bringing in lots of equipment that's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I feel like doing a quick, you know, aerial surveillance is probably within the budget. Okay, so we go over here, then back around. Yeah, so we'll go to this little peninsula thing here. And climb that really weird rock slide that all of this is dirt, and then weirdly there's this one spot that is just a bunch of random boulders mashed together. I'm actually not sure we can climb it, but I'm going to try. I'm just thinking the top of this where it goes near vertical. Oh, no, no problem. We got that. But there's nothing I see that I can anchor to nearby, so if it rolls or slips or falls, it's just over. Just try and go straight at it. All right. Okay, so it looks like if I turn left here, I can get back to the road, drive into this facility, which will more than likely take us to that point we're trying to get to. Yeah, so we're going to need to do some serious infrastructure to make this map manageable. Because there is not routes through this place. It's just like bisected by all sorts of areas where just cracked everything. Bridges everywhere? Probably. Ooh, I haven't been watching. There is not a lot of trees on this map that we've seen so far. There's a bunch off to the left a little bit. But it is looking like a map that we're probably going to need to use more than just wood bridges. Decent amount of stuff I could scrap for metal, though. I've seen a good couple of tractors and, you know, other metal debris everywhere. Only a couple good things, though.
Well, now we know the general extent of the damage. Certainly nothing you can fix overnight, especially since there's no source of lumber anywhere around here. But they do have a sawmill, which probably explains why there's not a single piece of wood in sight. Not much in the way of forests around here, so you'll need to get some wood shipments from our neighbors. They don't have a mill, but they do have some wood left. Go figure. First, you'll need to clean up the mess at the sawmill's garage entrance. Next, deliver some replacement equipment from the logistics terminal. Then, plan a route from the northern tunnel to the warehouse to deliver the logs. And finally, make sure the logistics terminal can actually be of some use. The terminal itself seems to be fine, but its driveways are all a fine mess. So, you should clean it up too.
Alright, so let's look at our objectives. So side objective, bring logs to the sawmill. Organize the sawmill, do the logistics terminal, set up a route. Okay. So we've got the sawmill stuff up here, and that's fortunately by our base. So let's go ahead and grab the crane. Because then we can use the heavy crane to do it. Ooh, wait. What? Oh, did they just give that to me? Alright. Okay, let's go to our vehicle options. Because at this point, I should have literally everything available. Mobile Operations Base. Ah. I'm going to buy it even though I'll probably never use it. Resource storage. Ooh, actually, hold up. So you're telling me I can... Let's pop that thing out. The implication there is that... I don't even know what you're under.
the implication there is that we have resource availability here. It says recall vehicles, which we don't want to do that because that's the thing that uses the fuel up. But it said resource availability kind of stuff. So if we put you on... Yeah, so I could redeploy, but it cost me fuel resource. But, as you can see, that is pretty slick. That I like. So I'm not going to use it for the other thing, but the fact that when I park it, it's like a mobile warehouse, that I can get behind. Okay, well, I mean, in this case, we are going to need resources at the sawmill. Yeah, because we can go here, vehicles. Yeah, so what we can do is go to where we can chop down trees, and then just put this over there, drag the trees into this to store them, then drive it over there and dump them back out. That I can get behind in a big way. In the meanwhile, I don't need it right this second, so we're going to go ahead and grab objectives. We'll start with this, which is clear the area. So let's go ahead and grab that. Now, it mentioned the tracked vehicles. I don't think I've used this crane yet. I imagine it's not as good as the heavy crane, but I would like to experiment. And they made a big deal about being like, this map, you should really consider using your tracked vehicles for all the lava rock. So why not? Okay. This is just a tank. There's nothing to say about it. It's just a tank. Someone just grabbed an Abrams and was like, you know what? Just take the gun off and put a crane on it. It's fine. I just want to drive a tank and I'm not legally allowed to, so, you know, I made it into a utility vehicle so we can pretend it's not a tank. Alright.
Want to hear something funny? While you were driving, I found some more info on this sawmill here. Guess why there's no wood around here and why the mill was broken even before the quake? Hint 1. The owners ran it at triple capacity all the time. Hint 2. They never bothered with equipment maintenance. You gotta give them credit. They had a strategy and they stuck to it. Ah, the miracle of optimization. I'd find it more funny if we didn't have to fix it.
Okay. So it seems like this crane is much smaller than our big crane, but it makes up for it by genuinely having a lot of power behind it. Because we're not struggling at all with any of this. Okay. Yeah, that mobile warehouse thing is going to be extremely handy. And I'm figuring I'm going to have to do a bunch of routes through here, so as I'm cleaning the vehicles out and all that, I am trying to genuinely get them out of the way. Okay, we can take these up here. I will say, if we end up having a place where we can recycle the cars and all that anywhere nearby, this is a lot of metal material. Like, a lot of metal material up here. Man, even this spot, if we have to take convoys through, it's going to be an absolute disaster. All right, tank, climb the logs. Okay. There you go. Alright, there. That'll keep it from rolling back down the hill. What the heck are you? There's like some big piece of equipment like right here. Alright, so we've got, what is it? 6 cargo containers? There's probably no reason for me to go in that corner of the location. Alright, these are actually pretty easy to move with this. Okay, I mean this tank thing is like really growing on me. I still think for a lot of stuff, the big crane is the better answer. But honestly, being able just to pick up one of these and just drive almost with no real loss of control, definitely worth considering. Yeah, no, the big crane can just chuck them up on the roof. I'm going to drive this over. Drop it off. I'm expecting a lot of road repair. Like a lot of road repair in this future. Everything has been just mud the whole way around. Okay. Just a couple more freight containers, and then this will all be cleared. And then it wants me to set an infrastructure route, which, like I said, my expectation, it'd be actually interesting if in this one they didn't be like build a road from here to here. They're just like do a route and just no specific road plans. Just do a route, build a bridge. We don't care. Just get the thing from A to B. You know, forcing you to make all those decisions yourself, I think would be excellent. As a nice little capping off the base game without counting the DLC. Just open you to making all your own decisions. They just give you the broad mission objectives, and you got to figure out how to get them through all that. All right, and we got another one over there. Yeah, absolutely. If I had the heavy crane, I would have just stacked these on the roof. Zero question about it. 100% would have just piled them all up on the roof and called it a day. But I bought this and never used it, and so I wanted to see it, and I think it's good. Like, it definitely looks like it can carry a pretty heavy amount of weight without having to worry about flipping around, like, forward or back. Its crane's pretty short. That does seem to be one of its, like, main drawbacks. Okay. Yeah, so even stacking these too high is kind of a stretch for what it can do. But it definitely can move stuff around very cleanly. Like, I could see for doing the missions with, like, the transformers and all that, this would be an excellent mission, like, vehicle for doing it. Just hold the transformer up in front, or, you know, flip it over to be on top of the back, and you could probably just get away with it pretty quickly. It also probably wouldn't be very good at loading up the trailers on stuff very easily. Still. Alright, so that would be the area cleared. Also good for flinging rocks on the road? Yeah, no, I would imagine. That also seems like something it'd be well suited for. Just something where you need to pick up stuff and move it relatively quickly, without, like, really considering hauling or whatever. Okay, so get you out of the way. Alright, so you want me to set up a route. From where to where? Okay. So where I mentioned we're probably gonna have to build the roads ourselves and just make our own decisions. Yeah, that's... If you look at where it wants me to set the route to and from, it wants me to get the route from here, across that chasm, across that mud, through all this awful terrain. I don't even know what you're going to do up here. Over this way and there. Yeah, so needless to say, that's going to be a pretty hard sell. We have an area to clear out here, an area to clear out here, and then reaching this location here. Well, reaching the location is easy. I've already got a vehicle in the area. So let's go ahead and knock that out real fast. Ooh, maybe it's not easy. Because there's a gate there, but it's blocked by like 10 of those pipes. And that's not gonna happen. That's all blocked off there. That's all walled off there. Okay, maybe it's not easy. Yeah, because it looks like...
maybe I could drive into this structure and do the whole loop around. Or I could just get a crane and lift that up and just open the gate and go in, which is probably what we will do. Okay, so let's get you out of the way, because you're not gonna be what we need for this. Alright, so regardless, so if we take our consideration, I have a spot here that needs to be dealt with. A rough spot there. Where does the sand cover? I'm sure it's going to be upsetting. Okay, that's not that bad. It doesn't help me down here, though. That's a real concern. So you can fix up all the roads around here if need be without too much of a hassle. Alright, let's go look at our next objectives, see what we can make happen. So side objective, bring logs to the sawmill. So you'd want me to get 15 logs to the sawmill from who knows where. So what we can probably get away with is it mentioned I can get logs nowhere near the sawmill. You can see there's forest over there. But with this thing here, if I can find a good wooded area, I can just drive this over where the wooded area is and just feed all the logs into there, and then drive it over to this area and then feed them all back out the other side. And that would work. Plan a route from the north tunnel to the warehouse. Okay, where would the north tunnel to the warehouse be? Okay, so you got a road that goes out and around here. Alright. We might be able to make this one work. So do I go this way and down and around? Go this way, down and around. Go this way, down and around. It's probably... None of them are great. Because the warehouse, all we have to do is go down this road and work our way around there. Honestly, let's go around this way. Cut straight on through. Change my mind. And cut across here. Now I feel like I'm going to run into problems here, like maybe the spot's too muddy to cross. Alright, so we've got our first dispatch vehicles. Hey, Lightning, how's it going? And hey, Lexer, you have yourself a good sleep. Thank you for hanging out, all that stuff. All right. We got broken pipe here. Broken pipe there. That's all fine. We see here. Got broken pipe here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this map was one of the maps in the demo when it was around. Alright, so we're gonna get the logs going down here. They're struggling a little bit, but they are making it. Man. There is so much roads that need to be fixed here. There is so much roads that need to be fixed here that I I am a little overwhelmed as to where I want to start. Because all of the roads are crap. And I'm gonna need all of them, not all of them, I'm gonna need a bunch of them just for the basic necessity. I can't get sand way down here. We don't have access to wood yet on any meaningful capacity to build a bridge down there. They specifically called out the fact that there's next to no trees in a lot of the map. Alright, so far you're doing good. There's no trees down here at all. Yeah, this whole area basically has no trees anywhere nearby at all. The only trees I've seen is a little pocket over here on the distance. And I'm sure there's plenty more. It's not convenient. Let's see, not too great. You found out you need a biopsy due to a lump on your neck? I'm pretty strong pain meds. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I hope it ends up being, you know, not a big thing and all that. But I'm doing relatively okay. Yeah, so they're making it through. Alright, so realistically, vehicles, we've got sand in this whole area. Where in this area are we making... So realistically, I need to get that patched out. Because I need to get a crane down here. I can open up that sand pit as well. We do have stuff that's big enough that we can make that work. So let's just start that. So we're going to go ahead and grab this. It doesn't need to be a proper road for right now. I just need to fill in a big hole and call it a day with that. I'm just going to go ahead and take the big tractor, big treaded vehicle. Okay, so we take the left out here, follow it down the hill. How far can I go before I'm out of sand range? Yeah, I'm going to dump the sand here, so we don't spill it everywhere. And then we can grab the sand down the hill towards the edge of where I can grab the sand from. And so you just load the cable layer on the light equipment thing, you get the sudden feeling that doesn't qualify as light equipment. Oh, I did some curse stuff, because we had a dare drop for that stuff. Okay, let's grab the route. Where did you fail? You failed here, which did look like it was muddy, so I'm going to try and cut through there and see if that zigzag takes it onto this, like, whatever that is, and not into the mud. I have a feeling it's still going to be a problem. Yeah, I know it's already getting stuck in that mud. So realistically, let's go mark this as an R spot. That's not the right marker. This is our spot that's a problem. Oh, man. Is this game complicated to learn? No, not really. It's honestly pretty straightforward, a lot of it. Alright, Randall, you take it easy. And thank you again for hanging out and all the support and all that.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? So those will probably disappear in a second because the route's blocked. Still getting a lot of deep areas here.
I'm not going to be paving all this, at least I don't plan to. Just trying to put down enough sand that we're not just going to sink into all this mud the whole way. And have a bad feeling we're going to be building a lot of roads on this map. I know I've said that 2 or 3 times, but it's just mud everywhere, big chasms. Don't lean up that sharp all once. You know, big chasms, all sorts of stuff like that. That I feel like the intention is that you are going to take a map that is basically utterly ruined. And try and make it way less cursed. Okay, and that marker up ahead of me is about where we run out of range of being able to do the sand. So once I get that spot patched, I just drive all the way on to that next exclamation mark, because that's like a big gap in the ground. We deal with it. Is it good news? You learn how to toggle ramps of the transport excellent turning vehicles again. Bye-bye sharper corner. Yep. Okay. This is honestly a map that'd be really interesting with multiple people. I think with multiple people where you're sitting there like genuinely trying to fix all these roads properly, there would just be so much work to do that you could have 2 or 3 people running around with the sand dump trucks, just getting everything set up with like one person just running around bulldozing, and then the last person just operating the vehicles to like put down the asphalt and all that kind of stuff. There's got to be something like double tapping one causes it to fully load that I haven't dealt with yet. Yeah, but like I said, once I get to that exclamation mark, we fill that spot in just enough to be crossable without issues, and then we don't bother putting stuff down until we hit the next exclamation mark. Dumpster chaining can be really useful here. Yeah, well, especially when you're getting away from the sand pit kind of areas, I could certainly see someone getting 2 or 3 dump trucks and just doing laps. I mean, that's how you do it in real life. You don't have just one person running back and forth. You usually have a number of vehicles, however far away your material's coming from and how much you need and all that. That you have, you know, 2 or 3 vehicles, or 10, 12, 20, all depending on the scope and scale of everything. Doing small dump trucks radius? Yeah, they have that. Honestly, for me, from what I've seen, I haven't seen much value in using the dump trucks as a source for materials for the smaller dump trucks. Because, like, I can actually do that off of this one. Okay. I'm gonna drive on by this. And I do see that there's a spot of mud up here and all that. We're gonna ignore it. We're just gonna keep on going. More feature for multiplayer? Yeah, I imagine. Because playing solo, there's just not much value because I'm gonna have to drive it back and forth myself anyways.
Yeah, this whole road is so terrible. I'm hoping we don't end up needing to bridge this. I see a pocket of trees over there. I'm not seeing anywhere, as far as I've been able to see, a proper wooded area. Okay. Hey, Kiri! Did I get a shout out for 2D Kiri? For those who don't know 2D Kiri, absolutely a fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Really good time over there with Kiri. Plays a lot of indie games, a lot of fantastic stuff. But playing some Inkshade, which I'm not familiar with. Is this Kernel? This is Kernel. This is Kernel. It's looking to be a very interesting map. But again, check out 2D Kiri. Really, really good time. How's the RoadCraft going? It's going excellent. We are cleaning up after fracking. It's bad. Is real bad. Considering how these giant abysses of water everywhere that I have to figure out how to get around. It's bad in a challenging way. It's gonna be a lot of fun though. Let's see. Oh, you already prepped for turn-based Thursday Fest today. It's a demo. Nice. I'm very sorry, but it looks like you're gonna need to just lurk from this point. That's totally fine. Don't worry about Lightning. You take care of yourself. Yeah, so you'll be doing a bunch of demos. Any particular demos that are standouts that you're like, oh, I'm looking forward to this one particular, or like this specific one is particularly interesting. And also, if you're trying to lurk, don't let me drag you out of lurk or whatever. But basically, if you got something exciting going on. For those who don't know Kiri, again, streams a bit after I wrap up, so it's not like I wrap up and Kiri starts immediately. It's a couple hours in between, usually, depending on time zones. RoadCraft seems chills. Oh, it is. It is really chill. It's like I tried to not compare it to SnowRunner because it's a very different environment, but as like a lot of the mechanics of that, Plague Lords, but the demo isn't out yet, sadly. So there's so much though. Yeah, no, I was man, I can't remember who I was talking to that they said that I think there's been just over 1,000 demos had gotten released on Steam in the last 2 weeks, basically prepping for this and Steam Next Fest and all that. Yes, this seems safe. Okay. Has some cursed camera angles there. But yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun. Like been binging this hard. We are getting up. This is like the last map left, not counting any DLC that comes out. But I know we're over 80 hours. Granted, a little bit of that was replaying some parts with FG. But that would only be somewhere in the area of like 4.5, 5 hours that were replaying content they'd already done. Which the estimate had been 80 hours, and we're going to be a bit over it. So that's usually pretty good, all things considered. Alright, so I think we'll have one more load of sand, and that should be enough for us to pass over that big crack in the ground. And then hopefully with that, we'll be able to bring the giant crane over to clear up the area we need to clear up over there, and maybe get one of these infrastructure routes wired up. I have a feeling we are going to be doing a lot of road repair on this map, considering everything. Like, this is the worst map I've seen so far as things just being destroyed and in terrible shape. Which makes sense. You're going to have whatever your most cursed map is as your last map, since that's going to be the hardest map in theory. Or maybe not the hardest, the most involved. I love you too. You going to beddy bed? Okay, you sleep well. You know I won't. Hey Doc, how's it going? Alright. I need to get just enough sand to cross that. We could build bridges, but I haven't got a source of wood, steel, or concrete so far. So I don't have materials to make a bridge out of. I'm assuming if we got like all the optional stuff online, I would be able to get the wood going. Okay. Alright, one more load of sand ought to do it. Yeah, this is the DLC one, because we're like at the very end of the game. So they basically unlocked pretty much every vehicle. Yes, this is, I can't remember if it's for pre-ordering the game or the DLC or whatever. Or like, what is, but this is the DLC one. I wouldn't say it's hands down better than all the other ones, but it does definitely have a lot of strengths. Because, like, the not DLC one that's the high capacity one just spills sand everywhere too easily. Whereas I would actually argue the basic dump truck, do you actually end up with finished roads? You do! So I can put down the sand and then flatten the sand and then put asphalt on it and then roll the asphalt flat to make a proper road. I'm probably not going to be doing that right now because that tends to only be necessary with some of the vehicles that really kind of suck at crossing the map. So like the big semi-truck or some of the other vehicles that don't have like diff lock and all-wheel drive. They kind of really struggle at times. So sometimes, especially when you're going uphill, you end up needing to put down asphalt just for them to be able to get enough traction to get through. You also have some mission objectives that will say, like, build a proper road. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. 90% of the time, unless the game's like, build a road here, you don't need the asphalt. But every once in a while, you end up being like, alright, no, I gotta actually properly pave this road. So it's kind of like putting down a sand bridge across the things is kind of your minimum bar to deal with the worst problems. So if you're just dealing with stuff getting stuck in the mud, the sand's enough. But when you're trying to, again, like go uphill, that kind of thing with really not suited for all-terrain vehicles, then there are definitely times where it makes sense to put down the asphalt. Have you already hit 100 hours in the game? Probably not, but I'm probably very close. I would guess I'm in like the mid-90s hours. We could actually check that super fast. Let's look at Steam. Nope. I am at 100.9 hours. So at 100.9 hours. So I just barely crossed 100 hours. And again, about 4.5 or 5 of those were me repeating content because of multiplayer reasons. but everything else has just been this playthrough. Alright, so with that, we can go ahead and get you over here and turn this around. So next contestant is to... Right, so I'm going to need to go up here. We'll grab our bulldozer. And we're going to go and pull out over here to the left, follow the road down, and we're just going to smooth down all of that sand we just put down, which should allow us to fix our first route and the other ones. But yeah, as you can see, this whole map is just mud. It is just absolutely mud everywhere. It does make me curious, like what level of time investment you'd want to do to try and just work on the roads. Okay, so we need to cross down this hill over here. Get over to this side, and from there we should be able to flatten out the area to make the lumber route work. And once we get that route working, it'll be time to work on that other route that we need to go all the way down for. I am going to have to take the big crane to remove the large pipe so I can open the gate at, I think it was the steel mill down there. Man, you are struggling on this, which is very unfortunate. And I think this will be one that'll be one way out, one way back, kind of smoothing out. We won't do the lap after lap after lap. It's a very long distance. So it makes sense to do it this way. Alright, so now we flatten this out. Okay, and this isn't much about building the road up. The entire point of this sand is just where this mud causes the vehicles to just get all mucked up in it. We're just trying to put down enough sand to stop that. And that should be plenty for our purposes. And that's where we're trying to take the logs to. Which I'll be curious how much I have to work to get around that. Can you ask the AI to do the road stuff if it's not objective? I don't believe so. I believe, because for the AI to work for that kind of stuff, you has to know where you want to start and stop and all that. Maybe they'll add that eventually, but when you're making your own roads, that's on you how you want to do it. In this case, I'm kind of just overkilling it, being like, I just know a bunch of vehicles are going to get all stuck in here, and when I have to transport stuff, I'm going to get stuck in here. It's not that big a deal to dump a bunch of sand if it's in range of where I can get sand. The stuff that's way out in the boonies where I can't get sand to it easy, that's a little bit of a harder sell to take the time to drive over there, bring the sand, fill it out, go back and forth. All right.
Okay, so with that, let's make our way over to the other spot. You know there's a mobile sand quarry? Yes, but you can only put it on areas that have sand. And we look here. Where do we see sand anywhere in this radius? And that's kind of the catch. Because we look here, I've got a bunch of sand up there, and I got a bunch down here. Looking at the map, we've got more sand that's going to be down here and more that's over here, but I don't see any place with sand in the vicinity. Honestly, I've only had 1 or 2 places the entire time I played that the mobile sand quarry really felt like it was a good spend. Outside of, you know, choosing to not spend the fuel to turn on a sand quarry, which I've never had a reason not to do that. Since I don't use the stuff to recall my vehicles constantly, I always have plenty of fuel to run around. I should say always. Usually, if I'm short on the fuel, I could get it relatively easy by just doing some other objectives for a bit. You like the magic sand, but you don't like when you're out of range? Yeah, they do have... It's especially like with optional objectives, they have times that they'll force you to do stuff like building the roads kind of out of range of the magic sand. But usually it's not far out of range. Okay. Yeah, you can also buy fuel in a pinch. This is true. I have really done very little on the buying and selling front. It's just not been particularly needed for me. Have you tried laying sand and placing it on top? I have not. If that works, I'd actually be pretty disappointed. Because I feel like that, like, ignoring realism, I feel like that shouldn't work, or you could just bring a thing of sand, flatten out the area, and then shove the mobile quarry on it, and suddenly you have enough sand to get, you know, infinitely more sand than you put on there. Like, that would feel pretty cheesy. No judgment if it works and people use it, but that would feel very, very cheesy, like that's unintended. Because I think it's a deliberate decision in the game where you can get access to sand and not. Because for that mobile quarry kind of thing, they'll have times where they'll have what looks like a sand quarry, but you can't turn it on, like there's no activation to it. And to me, that's where it was like, okay, that's clearly where they want you to use it, to drive it out there, plunk it down, and do that. 1 second. OBS is doing a thing. Okay. But the idea of being able to plop down, you know, 40 tons of sand and then pull like 300 or 400 tons of sand out of it bothers me. I don't usually care about realism. That to me bothers me in the it's clearly cheese that's probably not meant to work that way kind of thing. Like, to me in my head, I see it as like a duping glitch, except you're duping sand. Again, no judgment if you use it. Play how you like for the fun. But that's the kind of thing that I will personally avoid, just because it doesn't feel like it's supposed to work that way if it does. Oh, gotcha. No problem. You got caught in that. Yeah, so I haven't tried putting on sand that I put down. What it's saying is, for me, if I could put down like 40 tons of sand and then put a quarry on it and then get, you know, another 200 tons of sand out of it, in my mind, that's a duping glitch. So, like, it doesn't bother me from a realism standpoint. It bothers me from, like, to me, it's clearly not meant to work that way. And again, no judgment for anyone who does it. If it does work, no judgment at all if people use it for that purpose. Like, play it what's fun for you. But for me, that feels like more like glitchy, exploity kind of thing. You have not tried? Yeah, I'm hoping it doesn't work, because that definitely feels like it really shouldn't. I'm assuming it doesn't.
Because it does feel like it is an intended thing that there are parts of the map that you just don't have easy access to sand at. And so that you then have to make the choice, oh, am I going to drag the sand from a distance away? Am I going to build a bridge? Like, how do I want to tackle this problem? Alright. And then what we'll do is we'll activate the route again, see if they succeed. And while that's working on it, I'll grab the heavy crane and I'll drive it down to that area down below to start clearing up the 2 spots I gotta clear up and to open up that 3rd area that I need to reach the inner part. I think that's part of getting the steel beams online that we'll need, which would at least give me some option of bridges. I did make the comment earlier that it looked like there was lots of steel salvage on the map. Oh yeah, this is literally the last map in the game. We're right at the end of the game here. We just started this map, but we are at the end of the game. We're basically almost exactly 100 hours in. Okay, let's get you out of the way. Alright, so let's pick up those markers there. And infrastructure, failed route, send you on your way, vehicles. Let's go to our base up here. Crane, big heavy crane, deploy. Okay, do you know the mission Sunken? That you need to bring back the mining stuff to the port? Yes. I'll probably want to patch that area too. At least this isn't like SnowRunner in the sense that with SnowRunner, as you take the same route, you just kind of chew up the dirt more and more, and it gets more and more soupy until you just really can't handle driving through it because you just tore up the land too much. So then you like zone out of the map and zone back in or reload your save or whatever to like reset it back to its start state. Because genuinely with how much big equipment we're going to be running down there, I would just have to reset the map every so often. Go the wider way around so we don't have to worry about rolling as badly. Okay, so the route failed. Let's see where it failed this time. Okay. Alright, so... get you out of the way here for a moment. Grab... not you. We need you to come back because that's going on a side route. So I'll patch up that side route real fast. But you made 2 bridges to go over the water, so you've had to, so you had to straight line, and it was only one time you were pushing the truck? Gotcha. Yeah, I don't remember like the routes I took and everything. It's been too long. But yeah, no, I definitely use some bridges, like to get to some pretty wild places in Sunken so far as the routes. Paved a bunch of areas, all that kind of thing. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, I'm hoping... let's check real fast. Is this entire area over here in range of the sand? I'm hoping it is. Oh yeah, it super is. Okay.
Alright, so this should be quick where we just dump a bunch of sand along this route, take the bulldozer to flatten it out, and get that all sorted. This definitely feels like a map that I want to take the time towards the beginning to just invest in getting a bunch of these main roads that go back and forth, main being very relative here, into making them at least reasonably functional. Sometimes the thing just snaps all the way up in one. I haven't figured out why sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. This is the way I want it to actually go. So just get a nice little trickle of sand every once in a while. I gotta tip it up a little bit more. So we're not dealing with a lot of sand piled in one spot, just a nice little bit. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Alright. And home stretch. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the last map in the demo. This would be the map that we built the giant pile of sand and drove over the top of the pipes to replace them, which was... I'm glad I did it. It was not a reasonable approach to the problem, because those pipes are basically slick as ice. That's probably good enough. Let's get you out of the way. We can grab the bulldozer now. That was fun. It was fun. It was like, what was it, like 2 hours of working at to make it work? So like the actual solution to it was like literally just drive up with a crane and just plunk it in place kind of thing. But no, I wanted to use a mule, so we were like driving up on top of it, and we had to like perfectly line it up because the pipes were just about the right distance for the wheels. But because they were slick at ice, if I got anywhere less than perfectly centered, one of the tires would slide in and then flip the whole vehicle off the side of it. Which we did more than once. But it was a really, really interesting challenge to do that. But if I got it like perfectly centered, then I just had to like slowly keep the pace. And I want to say, wasn't there like a little bump I had to go over or something? So I had to keep enough momentum. But then I had to get to the far side, and I couldn't use my anchors because there was nothing for the anchors to anchor to. I was driving on top of pipes. And then at the same time, while balancing on those, I had to manage to pull the pipe out that was already there, take the pipe off the back, and put it in place, which was scary the entire time because you'd pick up the pipe and you'd see the vehicle just ever so slightly start to shift. And you're just like, just everything hold, no one breathe. I think the bump was from the sand, not sure. We definitely had some weird stuff that happened on that one too, because we were piling up sand, getting vehicles caught in it, and then the vehicles would get ejected out of the sand when they got buried too far and stuff like that. Alright. Trying to wind the path just a little bit since I don't remember the exact route I set them on. And I could adjust the route. We'll worry about that later to see if I actually want to put the time in to adjust the route. Right, and I will need to do a little bit of work on this one spot where it dumped the entire payload in one area. That big bump is going to be a problem. Okay. I'm not going to do a whole big route. I'm going to take a time to just go here. I do see we've got a ridge right here. I do want to try and make both paths somewhat reasonably similar. Okay. I think that'll do for right now, so let's get you out of the way and send this thing again. Alright, so infrastructure, send you on your way. Honestly, that's actually almost on the money. So we'll see this last little section. My luck is it'll get stuck right at the finish line. Pick up those waypoints. And meanwhile, let's get back to... where's the crane? Is this right? This is not right. Now where I need the crane. Okay, so they did make it. I apparently still have two... oh, is the missing pipes. Alright, so objectives. That's bring logs up there. We'll worry about that later. We have the clear the route of stuff. So we can go here to your route, start plotting. And you need to get all the way up there. I have no idea if this is going to work out at all okay or not. But with this, we'll at least start to see the places where it does get stuck versus the place that just looked bad. We can deal with that when we get there. Okay, and you're going up there. Honestly, though, even though I'm sure this will be an issue, we'll have it go along here and figure it out on the other side. Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be some pretty bad mud up here, so I'll probably have to put sand down to make that not cursed. Okay, in the meantime... right, that's where I need to go, so I need to go down this hill and around and yada yada. Because I still need to get the crane to the other side so I can lift up the area to clear the zone. Alright.
Now, one of the problems we're going to run into is I've got vehicles going opposite directions on the same route. I don't really have a good way of making them take other routes. So it'll probably be one of those things that, you know, if they do collide and the routes fail, we'll check to see if any of them have finished their objectives. If so, that route gets canceled. If they still have more to do, then we just roll the dice again until they get blocked again. See, why does it feel like the roads are actually the worst place to drive in this map? I mean, to be fair, there's no real roads on this map. There's like these mud pits that they have that are supposedly roads. The problem with the all-terrain is it's like super bumpy and craggy. But yeah, no, the map is rough. No doubt about it. This map, we are going to be building a lot of infrastructure on just to make it workable. Like, genuinely, if we have problems getting the vehicles through here, I could see it being a thing that we load up the dirt, we back up this way, we start moving forward, and we just keep repeating that until I can smooth this area out. Hey, friendo pal, I know I told you to take this route, you're gonna need to give me a minute. Bridging rock to rock might end up being usable. Honestly, probably not. Like, right now, I don't have a source of wood, so I can't even really build bridges. We don't have access to concrete or metal bridges at all yet. Not even an option. And you're looking for trees. I see one patch of trees over there in the distance. And that's all the trees we've seen that look cut downable. So it's looking like trees are going to be a premium on this map. Now granted, we got that one trade route that's going to give me some lumber. Which is good. More than likely I'll take that materials vehicle, and I'll probably just go ahead and get the lumber up to the sawmill and just drop that, not use it for bridges, just get the objective. Okay, that's where you have your thing. Meanwhile, let's switch our objectives real fast so that we can go up, like this one, do that. So I gotta clear that spot, and I gotta clear this spot, and I gotta open up that area. Okay. So we got the first area to be cleared. Okay, so that gets that out of the way so we can do a bit more.
Grabbing one thing after the other. We're getting pretty close to having the first spot cleared out. Okay, so what happened with your route? Okay, that's one going up to the sawmill. Try fudging that route a little bit on the wider side, this side, to see if it's not as bad. Realistically, I probably have to go over there and do sand there as well. I'm trying to avoid it for the moment because I'd like to keep things moving down here. But if I got to, I got to. Alright. It's probably fine. Go pick up this metal grate, and that should be the last thing in this spot. I can work on the next one. Yeah, I'm guessing, like I said, I'm guessing with this one. Oh, you actually did get quite a bit farther. Let's try having you cross over to this edge. Then you're gonna have to go into this. Like I said, I realistically am probably gonna have to take some sand and put along this area right here. If it makes it, great. If it doesn't, then we just have another road to fix. I'm kind of just accepting we're fixing a lot of roads, at least putting sand down or more. Alright. Next up is I need to be able to get in here. This will be an interesting one. I'm not actually tasked with clearing the area, but I need to clear enough so that we can... Okay, so it did actually make it up there. The good news is all these giant pipes being right here is going to be really good when it comes time to recycle. Okay. 'Cause I'm not super worried if these end up being a problem down the road. Because it is those things that, if we get them out of the way now, enough we can get in there, and that is a steel mill, I can just slam all of these into the steel mill for tons and tons and tons of steel beams, and to not worry about till later. Yeah, let's open those doors all the way. There we go. It's pipe mill, not steel beam mill? Maybe. Honestly, like, to me, it doesn't matter which it is. It's a place that will accept steel objects, and that is enough to make pretty much as I could use. Like, that is a ton of steel right there. Here we got an area to open. This one's not blocked though, so we can just go ramming speed. Cool. Okay, let me check one thing real fast. Cool, cool. All right. So yep, we are doing the absolute safe thing about taking ridiculous amounts of weight worth of things and just, you know, piling them up on the roof of a building that has just suffered in a, you know, a horrible, you know, seismic activity area. Definitely shouldn't be worried about structural soundness, as we were like the first responders in the area, making sure it's safe for people to be and all that. Definitely dropping them at height helps as well. All right. For testing stability, we are making sure everything is structurally sound by putting the maximum amount of stress we can manage on it. And if it holds up, then clearly it's good. Okay. It's like sweeping it under the rug. Yep. Exact same thing. To be fair, we are just treating this problem the same way the company that operated this place did, by cutting any and all corners available. We just wanted to make sure our work was up to their standard. Or down to their standard, I guess. Okay, and then after this, we have just that one cargo container. And then we should be good. Up and down like dropping stuff from a crane. Heavy stuff, directly onto the roof.
Good job sorting out the lumber situation. Of course, logs from afar won't do the local economy any favors in the long run, but we can put this place together now. Which reminds me, we need more than just lumber for that. The map shows a machine yard not far from your position, and it could help us get the rest of what we need. Could you kindly go and check if it's still there? Same goes for the village nearby while you're at it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so when we were playing the demo, this area wasn't up here, I don't believe. I want to say you started over here, you drive on down, you had one, or I think your scout was down here. There's the one crane there, the one crane there, you built your bridge over here, there was all the pipes and all that. Yeah, this is the last map that was in the demo. Okay, so drive to the machine yard. Cool. And then there was also visit the Northwest Village. Cool. So, with that said, I have over here-ish, there you are. I have you. So you got 1,000 distance. That's fine. We'll work our way up. Either way. I think that building is proving it's capable in that event, so you can just shove more on it, just like any good career. Oh man, you're not wrong in that whole thing about that entire approach being like, this person, we piled on way more work that is reasonable on them, and they held up. So we're gonna pile way more work on them. Hey look, they held up. We're gonna pile way more work on them. What do you mean they quit? Alright, well, I'm gonna go scout over here to this location since... Oh, that doesn't go there. So yeah, so we got a handful of trees over there. Not much. Just a smattering. Only about 6 or 7 of those trees are probably ones we can cut down. So I can cross over here, check what this building is. Okay, that's just a power relay. I don't think we need to worry about that right now. Oh no, that's the power relay. I could probably drive along here. This vehicle's got a ridiculous snorkel on it, so it could go pretty deep underwater before it has problems. Yeah, we could cross here. Get angled at this wedge. It should keep me mostly centered. We should just be able to climb. Okay, so we've got wherever the heck this building is. The geothermal energy building. And we've got our sand quarry down here. I'm not going to worry about the scouting part of that down this way right now. Let's get back to our objective. There's a good chance we might be able to get ourselves another base of operations out here somewhere. Okay, so there's a road down there. Let's get to the road, start driving out there. See if that takes us to the machine yard. See it out in the distance, or at least a port or something. Okay. Can I anchor to these things? I cannot. So you can probably cross up this way farther, but it's looking like... You know, that actually does look like the machine shop goes there. This honestly is a great candidate for bridges, to be entirely honest. If we can get the materials happening here. We still have not seen much over this way. I do have a sand quarry over here that would put us in range if I had the fuel for it. We could try driving up this way farther. And see if I can't work my way around. Okay, it looks like there's a dirt road up here we can probably take. This is surprisingly roady. Yeah, all the other roads have been dirt roads, have just been straight up mud. Sorry about that. Okay. So for right now, I'm going to follow this dirt road, and I'm going to see if it turns into that area. It looks like we got a bridge that's collapsed ahead, and then there's more buildings and tunnel over there. I'm going to guess we can't cross there yet, and that's probably what's...
Gosh, the ground looks like an overripe melon that someone dropped. I'm sure it won't be a problem for you, so I won't bother you with any advice. Especially since I'm drawing a blank now anyway.
Okay. We've got another broken pipe over there. All right. We got another power relay that we'll want to hook up later. And you'll need to get electricity run to this thing, which I'm sure on this map with all the rocks and everything is going to be absolute hell. Okay, so we've got over here, we've got ourselves another base of operations. So that'll be good. Let's drive over to the other base of operations. Some of them activate just by you getting there. Some of them you get nearby and it'll be like, if you bring these materials, you can turn this on. Other ones you have to like wait for the quest or whatever. Oh, is that it down there? Okay. Oh, no, we were in it. Yeah, so I'm guessing it won't activate till we finish some other objective. Like, we probably go to the machine shop, turn some things on, get power run over here, and then we get the space to work with. That's fine. So it looks like this route goes around back. And once again, we got a ton of stuff I could sit here and recycle. It's looking like so far as metal resources, there's no shortage of it. I'm wondering what's going to be in here. They got lots of paths through there. I mean, this looks like a base location. Oh, it's a construction depot.
Good grief. This place has seen We've got to make sure it doesn't get any worse. Fixing that flood wall along the shoreline should do for now. So, will you kindly do the honors?
Okay. So we gotta collect a bunch of stuff and fix these walls. That's just the heavy crane, so that's nice and easy. We need to visit that area down there. And let's also make sure there isn't a secondary objective. Okay. So we need to go ahead and get our way down that way. In this particular case, we're probably best served by just grabbing this and going to our scouts and just respawning it and working our way south versus driving back over all that crap. Oh, and let's switch your objective to checking the village. All right. Now, good news, we actually are slowly getting lumber. I do believe we only get something like 10 lumber from this route we're sending all these vehicles on, unfortunately. So it's not going to be enough to get a whole lot of bridges going. But it might be enough for a bridge or two. So as well as ones, I'm going to want to be strategic about going, okay, when we get an objective, what... Well, yeah, it's 2 lumber per route. I think 10 lumber total. Like 2 lumber per vehicle, I should say. But 10 total. Which, like I said, does mean for my bridges, since they usually tend to cost like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you know, that kind of ballpark. 30 you guys total? Oh, is it 30? Is it that much? Because that would actually be really good. No, you're right. It's 30. Or I guess 32? Either way. Okay, well, 30 is a different story. That actually is enough to build a pretty decent number of bridges. But let just that route continue to do its thing. And when it comes time for, like, we saw those gaps up north as like, oh, these are a good spot for a bridge. When it comes time, we'll build a bridge there. Well, bridge is, there was 2 spots. And hey, Tip, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I do really appreciate it. I hope you've been enjoying the stream. Because it'd be weird if you kept coming back if you didn't. It's good to have you. Alright, so let's go cut back through town. Start heading south. Okay, we didn't roll. When it got a little bit more grip and I pulled to the right, I figured we were rolling. Yeah, let's try and get down to the village. I will say, other than the fact that half the place is underwater, the deep green of the ground is very lovely. Well, this is gonna be bad because you're going down this way, and the other truck's coming down. Like, you're coming up this way, and the other truck's coming down this way. There might actually, it depends. I think this one might go slow enough. The other truck turns off back at that sawmill. There is a chance that the other truck will have already gotten off the road by the point they would have a conflict in pathing. If not, yeah, no, actually, that was just that route finishing, I believe. Good. Okay. Alright, so for this, yeah, so that route's not gonna guess where we're going. I need to get down to the village. Oh, it's looking like the village is going to be a bust either way, because this spot, we can't realistically cross. Yeah, this is 100% the demo map, because the demo map, like I said, it cuts off around here. You go around this way. You can make the sand go around there or up and over. I might be able to find a way to navigate across here. I'm thinking it's going to be another place where you have to fix a bunch of roads. We'll see what we can pull off. It might be one of those ones I can pull up to the edge, attach the winch across the way, just drive and then pull myself up on the other side. Maybe not. We haven't seen much in the way of trees. But you never know when we're going to find like tree stumps or something else that I can anchor to and make it work. Okay, so for this side is definitely a no dice. So try taking the route to the right. Which in the demo, we had different mission objectives. Because in the demo, when you went down here, they literally had, you were required to build a road down this way, and they had, like, you had to go get the bulldozer around this corner, is where you got access to the bulldozer, and then the other stuff for doing some of the work. So it's interesting to kind of see where the evolution happened between, like, the demo and the main game. So, like, at this point you had just a couple of pieces of equipment. Yeah, and I think it was you got the dump truck from where those cars are parked. I could be wrong about that specific spot. Okay. So then here is where the question is. Will I be able to make this happen? If it's narrow enough, I could potentially bridge things across. That all separate over there. Nope, we instantly go nose down into the abyss. And there's nothing for me to anchor to anywhere around here. Yeah, there's a crack over there. And I can't get back there easy. Yeah, so I need to cross over here, so let's mark this as another place I'll probably have to repair the roads. Yeah, so I don't think I can actually get to the village yet. I think I got all these places I'm going to have to repair. And the really concerning part about that is if we look at our sand resources, this one I don't have anything. So realistically, this is probably looking at a bridge down here. I could certainly make it work with sand if I can get this activated. We also would have this activated to support a couple of places. We have this to build all these areas. So we got a mess over here. But as far as reaching that location, is there another route I could take? Let me... Yeah, because I can't get over there. Like, that goes the whole way over there. Yeah, it's cracked straight across the entire map. With no place to reasonably cross. Okay, so that's gonna have to be a situation where we either drag a bunch of sand here or build bridges. I feel like this location here, we're talking sand filling that in. I feel like, let's go ahead and change your mark. This location here, that's gonna be a bridge. We had a couple other spots we marked that were gonna be a problem. These two spots over here, since there's no sand anywhere near... Oh, actually, that'll be in a sand radius if we turn it on. So that could be sand. Alright. So it's probably one of those ones that we're going to end up going up here to deal with that. So... Where... Okay, so before we get into the next thing, because I do have to use the restroom and the stream is like getting close to the end of time, so instead of going longer, what we'll probably do is we'll wrap up here in just a couple minutes. But with all that said, I'm liking this map. It definitely feels like so far this map has taken a hands-off on being like build a bridge there, you know, make a road here, that kind of stuff. It's really kind of been like, just do it. While making sure you do kind of need it. So we had like the whole area up here that I dumped the sand along here just to make that work. But very well, I could have done something like we went around this way and then built a bridge or whatever we needed to do. It does feel like we are going to be building a bunch of bridges, though, and all that. So it's interesting. This is another one that's going to be a problem here, because I don't think we could get out here easily. Actually, I think we'd have to go this way with the heavy crane, which I think we can. But then the question is going to be, where do you start from? Maybe go down here and cut across there to get that pipe? We're not ready for the pipe yet. But yeah, so it's interesting that this one feels like there's a lot more problem solving versus just, I told you to do the thing, go do it. And that's good. You've learned all your game mechanics, you played through and you got it all figured out, and now it's kind of time that you execute on it. So I think that's pretty well. With that said, it is going to be about that time, chat, so what we're going to go ahead and do is start wrapping up the stream and all that. If you've enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. Most likely tomorrow's stream will probably be we just RoadCraft the whole stream. I'm hoping we'll get the last of the Dare Drop keys back. We've already submitted them and everything. If that is the case, we'll end up doing a giveaway. I believe we'll have 4 copies of RoadCraft to give away, a copy of SnowRunner, and I probably won't worry about the other keys to give away right now. There are other games that I don't think would be as relevant. Don't forget to join the Discord as well, because that is how you find your way to, like, when am I streaming, when am I not streaming, special events, yada yada. We have discussions and art and all sorts of stuff. Hey, Lilo. Can I get a shout out for Lilo, by the way? Absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole bunch of different games on the platform. Does, like, The Sims, does, like, a lot of slice of life stuff. So it does like your Stardew Valleys, your Coral Islands, that kind of stuff. If you enjoy any of that time, lots of fun over there. Does the occasional like completely unhinged challenge and all that. So definitely go check them out. But in the meantime, what's going to end up happening is if you're watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly on you. I don't have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to subscribe and like and all that good stuff. And for those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and find